5, 4.
Hello,
3.
everyone. Welcome to It's a Luck. I like how we just try to do random countdowns, even though we all know it's at different times for everybody.
5.
I was close.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to. Let me do the intro. Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are here from our definitely rambunctious crew, the Unearthed Arcanum. Everybody, take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hi.
Too bad it's kids party magic.
Very excited to start tonight. For those of you who have no idea what this is, hi. Sorry, this hair's weird. This hair's strange. It's cold in here. Hi, we are a D&D live play stream running every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Obviously, this is the Friday crew, but we have 4 campaigns, 4 different parties that live and exist in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Imea, at the same time, which is really fun, especially because we have 2 parties that are in the same city right now, up to much hijinks. Yeah, before we jump into tonight, we just have a couple of announcements. Tomorrow, so there's still time for those who are interested in joining, but tomorrow we are running our Candela Obscura one-shot, called The Shadows of the North Shore, The Haunting of Lovis Cove. For those who are unfamiliar with Candela Obscura, it is a cosmic horror game designed by the people over at Critical Role. Very easy, rules light system, but running in a high stakes sort of realm. And for our version of it, we've changed the setting into more of a real world setting. In putting our players into the year 1901, in the also a wonderful, beautiful place, the North Shore of Massachusetts. So if you're interested in finding out more about that, or if you're wanting to join in our one shot tomorrow, we will be adding more in throughout the rest of the year. But I wanted to kind of give you guys as much info on that as I can up front. So if you're wanting to check that out, as well as we usually run one shots every Saturday and Sunday. You can find that at it's a long sorry, let me try that again. You can find that at startplaying.games/gm/it's a long story. You can also go, if you're watching from YouTube, it's in the video description below, and then also in the comments as I put it in for our friends at Twitch. Also, one of the reasons why we are pushing the that specific one shot, along with the idea that it's just a really cool game system that I want more people to kind of jump into and enjoy, is that we have a full campaign that we've been trying to get off the ground for a while now. So if you are interested in joining the same sort of concept of what I described, but in a full campaign version, a weekly campaign, please feel free to check that out as well. It would be under Shadows of the North Shore. We did a playtest of that way back in September with a bunch of these fools, and it was awesome. We loved it. It was a really, really cool game. And we think you might also feel the same way. So please feel free to check that out. Let me know if you have any questions, comments, concerns, things like that. Also, I do not have a official sort of written out thing in front of me, but next month, I don't have I don't even have a specific date yet, but next month we will be starting our next drop in, drop out campaign, which will be a Humblewood campaign. So if you are interested in playing a anthropomorphic animal of the land or the sky, like a woodland creature, here's the chance to be able to do so. Our version of that is going to be called Humblewood Silk and Sunder. But don't worry, with the name, it is also going to be extremely wacky, a little bit more on the, I wouldn't say the lighter side, just the wackier side. So stay tuned for more information on that. If you are wanting to contribute to the channel, the best and currently the only way to contribute is to like and subscribe. So if you've already done so, feel free to show it to another friend who likes D&D and get them to do the same. The more people we get to watch this channel, the more we can kind of put into The special little gimmicks and things like that are going to make this this channel, hopefully be really successful. But in the meantime, we get to play some D&D, and that's fun too. So let's see. Is there anything else? Oh yeah. Lastly, our social media stuff. If you want to check out our TikTok and Instagram for some behind the scenes stuff and some of our favorite clips of sessions, as well as some some closer looks at some of the minis and terrain that has been displayed in the somewhat more important combats that we've had. You can check that out. So I'm dropping the link tree, which would be linktree / it's a long story _ TTRPG. I believe that is it. So before we join our heroes in the bright sunshiny day in Dair's Wharf, we need to get an idea of where we left off with said heroes. So Evan, please take it away.
You have to check your weather chart. You have the weather mapped out for each day of the
right.
and the seasons in the world, and
it's truly just how I feel that day. Like, does it make sense for it to be sunny? Yeah, then it's sunny.
As the god of the world, that does make sense. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, maybe I'll miss some stuff, but we'll see. So we started out with Kara and Gwen finishing up their dates. Kara brings up Hadrian, and Brom gets kind of defensive, but reveals some things, including kind of that not all is well with Hadrian and kind of Hadrian's gang. There's a measure of dissatisfaction and concern with the new alliances and behavior. Gwen has a deeply romantic moment with Yanshai. Meanwhile, Huxley returns to the hideout looking like he got beat within an inch of his life. And then some stuff happens, and then Gwen and Kara get back fairly exhausted, have a few words, and then go to bed, except that Kara then uses the mask to scry on Yanshai, kind of confirming some things about Hadrian's gang, and again, I think some of that dissatisfaction that's going on. Maybe there are other details you can fill in after this. In the morning, the crew decided to have a talk about what happened the previous night, at which point both Huxley and Nalani insinuate that Kara's feelings toward Hadrian might be motivating her actions here in the city, and to a certain extent question whether she's truly here for her daughter. Kara promptly and justifiably leaves the conversation and goes onto the roof, quickly followed by Yori and then Io. Kara and Yori have a heart-to-heart, Yori telling her that he trusts what she's doing is for her daughter and tries to clarify a little bit about what the plan is. Io joins him on the rooftop and also gives his support for Kara. Then I think we end with Huxley and Nalani heading off for the Bowyer for reasons. And that's what I got. Anything I missed, please fill in.
Alistair's Mind Palace.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went into the Mind Palace, or I went into the Mind Palace and spoke with Undulith, who was injured because Hothier had almost escaped from his current imprisonment. And then following a conversation with Alistair and the other Alistair, I really failed to get him on my side. He seems to be very much in Undulith's camp at the moment.
And Gwen's patron.
That's right. Gwen took her final step away from being a warlock and said goodbye to her patron. And she also lost her temper a little bit with Nalani and Huxley over their comments to Kara / Siobhan.
I mean,
And we found out Daphne's a very high member of the Thieves Guild, and missing is the Phantom.
Yes.
yes.
Awesome.
And Nalani observed a character that had followed the ladies back to Huxley's.
Yes.
That's right.
A shadow, essentially.
A shadow.
Yep.
It's a group recap, everybody.
We love them.
Hey,
And
man,
you
you're
gotta say
good.
everybody
You're totally
else-
We're
good.
here for each other.
That's a half inspiration. No. Please
I never
take that
use
full
them
inspiration.
anyway.
Take
Please
your
take
half
that. I have it.
inspiration and then make yourself large, and then it'll be big.
That's thinking.
Awesome. Well, let's with all that, let's dive in, gang. So, as we jump into our morning in Dair's Wharf with our heroes. I think we start off with splitting the party and finding ourselves in sort of various spots. We talked about this a little bit last session on the idea of like this being kind of like a quasi sort of like downtime sort of thing where there might be some things that are RP and some things that aren't. But as we are kind of splitting into spaces, let's go ahead and just have everybody kind of go around and say like what the plan is for what they're doing that day with other said person. So we'll start with Gwyn.
I think she would spend the first part of the morning getting all of her stuff at least in one area, since it's spread all around, and she doesn't really want it all spread around. So she would spend the first part of the morning just doing that, as we wait to see if Nalani and Huxley come back with breakfast for Yori.
Yes, absolutely. Cool. So I will say, like, I think Gwyn, as I kind of mentioned before, there's and I'm sorry, I'll give a better layout, I think, next time, gang. But there are a couple of rooms that are kind of cut off to the side that don't necessarily have doors or anything like that. You guys can kind of work on that today if you would like, and like the idea of like something to be able to kind of like pull in front of the open walkways for like privacy or whatnot, or not walkways. Not archways, doorways. There we go. So I think Gwyn, you probably spend a good part of that morning just trying to kind of gather your things and moving them into maybe one of those kind of like rooms.
Yes.
You got it. Do you accept help when you do that?
Yeah, I think she would, if
Cool.
anybody wanted to.
Awesome. So I'll say unless there's an RP moment, we'll say in general you guys are kind of helping out, allowing some of that stuff to be moved. What is your plan? We'll say, kind of moving forward to your plan for the whole day.
Yeah. After that, she would probably want to sit down with the spell scrolls and papers and inks that she got from the store and really start building up a proper spell book sort of idea.
Okay. You got it. Were you wanting to travel to the Clouds District?
I think she would, but later in the afternoon, I think.
Okay, cool. So we'll start with that morning of just of everybody kind of collecting stuff. We'll say that. So, like for the record, we'll say this is like kind of the idea for the whole day. So
Yeah.
we'll say in the
And
afternoon.
I
You're
think
planning
her
to
idea is she's not quite sure how to split the party, if what other people have to do. We said we were going in pairs to places, so her end goal would be to go to the Clouds District, but since she's the one who is being very pro pairing up, she would want to see who would want to go, and since Alistair is laid up and Nalani is not there yet because he's off doing his thing.
You got it.
Yeah.
I think we decided last week that Io would be joining you on that. So.
And Yori.
And Yori. Okay,
oh no,
cool.
I'm not going on that.
I was gonna say I thought it was
I
just
thought it
Io.
was just Io, yeah.
Cool. Awesome. I think I guess there's no real order to this, so we'll go to Alistair.
I believe. Well, what I would like to do is spend the day with Yori, with his immovable rod, figure out exactly what he wants from that, and get as much work done on that. But I also need to work on a new leg brace, or some form of mobility, because I can't walk right now, but I would like to again someday.
You got it. Cool. I think we'll kind of mark it off from the pairs now at this point. So we'll go to Yori.
So, first of all, there's no way I'm waiting for Nalani to bring me back breakfast. Nobody's bringing me back breakfast. Yori is going out to get pancakes, whether he gets murdered or not. He's going to get pancakes.
Yeah, I think it makes sense that, like, because we know above board, we know where Nalani's going, and we know it'll probably be a time. So I think it does make sense.
Above board, not everyone knows. Like, they may think that because it's archery related, but only Gwen knows about the relationship with the girl.
Right. I think even archery related, there's an idea of like,
for sure. Yeah, he may not come back for days.
Yeah. I was there. Yori might not pick up on everything, but he was there.
He was there.
At least for the beginning portion of that,
Awesome.
Yeah. And then in general, so what I kind of wanted to do is take Fenrir and kind of act as a runner for Alistair and anybody else, like, because Alistair might need supplies for whatever he's doing, or I also wanted to go get some food and things for, like, if we're going to be in the hideout for a little bit, just pick up a couple things for, to make it a little bit more livable. And with Fenrir, I could carry a lot of that stuff back in maybe a trip or two, or, and I was hoping maybe Kara could, like, write me a map, or if someone's going to go with me, that's fine too. But otherwise, the idea is that, I'm going to be working with Alistair, but also going out a couple times just to pick up, like, metals or, not anything magical, just kind of mundane supplies for the group.
Okay, you got it. Do we think, as we kind of transition out, do we think anyone's going with Yori to get breakfast then? Assuming that Nalani has said, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, I can go with him.
Cool, you got it. So we'll move it over to Kiki. So I think, for Siobhan or Iliar right now, what is Iliar's plans for the day?
So I was gonna watch Tuesday to see if this fucks with their plans, but I didn't. I want to. I guess I can wait for everyone to go to. I wanted to go to the Thieves Guild.
Okay.
Probably like early afternoon, just to like scout out a little bit, not as Iliar or Kara, just someone random. And then in the evening, hopefully Nalani was back by then, because she wanted to go to the Blooming Orchid. And she thinks Nalani's probably the best partner. She'd go as a man,
okay.
So that they could go as two dudes to the Blooming Orchid to, like, kind of see what's going on there. If he's back and he agrees to go with her.
Got it. Cool. Nalani, what is your plans? You're muted, maybe? Yep.
My plan is to have a conversation with Huxley on the way to the archery and store and discuss some things with him as much as he will. And then it is going to find Lyra and have a conversation with her, getting some background on her and different things in the city, and then get breakfast and come back.
Okay, you got it. Anything else for the rest of the day in particular?
Oh, that would take the whole day. I mean, I'm gonna be there.
You're gonna take breakfast and then come back at night?
No. In that order. And breakfast is gonna get back at like 6 o'clock at night.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Love it. Good.
I mean, I was asked to get breakfast, and they know I'm going to an archery shop. This is like, this is.
I will say that is very, not to put myself in this, but that is absolutely what I would do. Oh yeah, I'll get breakfast. Oh crap, it's 4 o'clock.
It's fun. My new storm rune lets me enter a prophetic state, and I can see that there's no way he's bringing back breakfast.
Incredible.
Hey, there's a reason Waffle House is open all the time.
Yes. the Dair's Wharf Waffle House. Cool. And last but certainly not least, Io.
Yeah, so I think Io would have probably been just like, since he already did agree to help Gwen out with going to see this gnome teacher of a sort, just probably would have talked about like just what exactly he's like, and probably just like, oh wait, little baby octopus came out. It's like little stuff like that, and then I think he probably would be thinking about probably what his next message to Eris would probably be, among help in between, like helping out friends. Like if basically anyone was going to suggest, hey, they needed somebody to go somewhere or something, he probably would be very much volunteering, especially since now he has the ability to disguise himself at will.
You got it. Incredible.
Oh
Sweet.
yeah, I forgot about that. I think if Nalani's not back, she would take Io because he can disguise himself.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. All right, let me do one quick thing that I forgot. And we'll jump in. Actually, I'll say while I'm doing this, does anybody want to start? Obviously, some people are doing things that are going to be sort of like low-key, probably don't need RPing. But if there's any conversations that want to be had in the morning, now would be the time.
I think if no one else is gonna go, I think as Nalani leaves the door, he's gonna engage Huxley, and he's gonna be asking questions about Huxley's thoughts on Siobhan to start.
You got it. Surely that was a very sly way of the DM going, don't involve me for a minute.
I mean, Siobhan would probably talk to Gwen because she hasn't since last night or this morning.
Yeah.
Wow, that was this morning.
And I honestly feel that Gwen would be most comfortable with Siobhan helping her, so we can, with her stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get like an idea of like where, what does Gwen look like this morning? So this would be after the conversation of like kind of like putting Nalani and Huxley in their place, and Siobhan coming back down, seeing all the stuff around, and now kind of strewn about everywhere in a place that
So I think she definitely looks more visibly tired than she usually does. She's usually pretty good at masking that. And honestly, I think a little more like manic than usual. Just like a little bit of high energy, never wanting to stop and be in one place at one time. Moving around pretty quickly to get stuff organized, and a little bit distracted, but clearly happy for conversation to get her out of her head.
You got it. So we'll say Iliar, as you come back down to the main room, you see Nalani and Huxley exit out without so much as really probably a wave, at least from Huxley. And you see Gwen is now taking stuff. Ironically, a good amount of the stuff was actually in like Huxley's like room. It just happened to like kind of appear there. You assume, or Huxley just like kind of like took some stuff into his room. You're not really sure.
We're probably gonna need to find something to do with all this stuff.
Yeah, I didn't realize there was so much of it.
I mean, we could box some of it up and send it wherever you have to send it, maybe?
Yeah, that's one idea. I was hoping for maybe space to put it, but sending it home might not be a terrible idea. Or I will not tell this to Huxley, but some of it could be donated to, help out. What was the healer's name? I can't remember it right now.
Finn.
Yeah.
And yeah.
He probably could use some of this stuff.
You could always send it back to Eriskar. Address it to my friends. They could store it in my place for a while because nobody's using
I could
it.
send it home too. So,
Okay.
yeah. For right now, probably a good idea to get it out of the way as much as possible.
Where is home? You traveled when I met you. You had just come in from somewhere.
Oh, well, that was not home. I worked from Nova Sol, I guess, mostly.
Oh. Seems like a lot of us are from Nova Sol.
Yeah, it's a big place.
You hear a street dog running off in the background.
Look out the window. Oh, cute! As it's like tearing apart a rat or something.
Mm-hmm. I think with this, like camera, like kind of watching. We'll have this very the camera constantly moving sort of scene where Gwen and Iliar are taking things and moving them into this separate room. The camera kind of like shifts as Yori comes into view, walking the opposite direction. Yori, do you say anything to anyone as you go to leave?
If he's going for pancakes, I think he's a little sulky. The government said they were going to go with him to get pancakes.
Such bad parents. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'll stick his walk.
I truly
That's
think
fair.
Gwen and Gwen and Siobhan are. Sorry, 1 second.
I'm just saying.
Are in another, yeah.
Io probably would have gone with him to get pancakes if nobody else was volunteering.
Cool. Awesome.
I can't
So you-
walk.
Yeah, so you see Yori like kind of like sulking at that point, and you'll say, Io, you Io, actually, ironically, you I think we kind of view Yori moving off towards the door, and Io kind of like splitting off now to Io, kind of standing like perfectly still for a moment, maybe possibly like looking up at a wall to the side. Io, as you finally get a response back from Eris 12 hours later. Io, I hope you're not waiting for moi to turn into a dryad. Surviving in Maple Leaf was deluxe, but missing someone real to talk to. Hurry back before I start sprouting leaves. Eris.
Good to know she hasn't changed a bit in 2 months. I have to reach out to her again sometime soon. It's taking a little bit longer than intended.
Io, you look around and realize you're like talking to no one as everyone's busy doing things in this.
Oh,
like,
totally. Yeah.
You like just snap to it. And you see Yori kind of heading to the door, like maybe like a forlorn look on his face.
Oh, hey. Oh, yeah. You want a breakfast? Yeah. Little man, wait for me. I'll go get some. What was it? Pancakes? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where to get pancakes, but I mean, we can just ask or wander around, or we'll find something. I think
No, I can come. Let me just change real quick.
you can draw us a map if you want. Or yeah. I mean, I get it. Everybody's got stuff, and it's a situation, and you know, Alistair can't walk.
Can't go in this dress.
But you know, if you don't take time to do some little things, like
Do
things
they have
get dark.
beignets?
I think there's a certain point where Yori's talking and like, sorry, And like Siobhan has been like, let me change real quick, and Yori's still talking as Siobhan is far away to not hearing him. I know you're there, but you're pretty sure that wasn't directed at you.
As Siobhan's getting changed, or like during that, she still wants to say to Gwen, I don't know how to handle Huxley and Nalani now, but thanks for letting me turn to you at least.
They are looking at things with a lens that I don't think we necessarily understand. And we're looking at it with lenses that they don't. But I'm here for you. We're a team in this, and you asked me to watch out for you, and I'm going to do that. No matter what that means with the rest of them.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
I think you're gonna have to do some stuff you don't want to do. And I'm sorry for that.
I've already accepted that. But I think the harder part of it will be if doing what I need to do loses the group's trust.
We'll deal with that when it comes, if it comes. But I think we've all been doing things on our own for a long time. And it's hard to trust. But maybe it's necessary.
As much as I want to rely on the group, there are some things that may need to be done that no, I can't rely on anybody else to do.
I have your back.
Thank you. And I have yours too. Although you don't seem like somebody who needs that.
Don't let him take me.
No. Yeah. Yanshai, just don't encourage it anymore. If we see him again, he will
I think
probably
that's really for the best.
kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's definitely not sweet.
From the entranceway, Io, you are seeing something that does ironically kind of remind you of your relationship back home. Waiting as patient as you can, as Yori is just vibrating, but just waiting, trying to wait as patient as you can, and maybe looking at this, maybe it's a teachable moment to Yori. I don't know.
Yeah, she's gonna get changed into. Oh, I don't know if does Gwen have I'm guessing she has some kind of actual work site clothes for digs and stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Trousers and a long sleeve shirt.
She's gonna get changed into that, something like that, and then just become a random person.
Okay.
So that Iliar is not connected with them right now.
You got it. Eventually, we'll take take as much time as you need. Eventually, I'll need to know just a general idea of what that person looks like. But Yori, you were going to say something?
Actually, I was just going to ask, above board, can you change your outfit when you change, or is it just
no,
the
because it's not
body?
a magical disguise. It's not an illusion.
Okay.
It's just her physical form.
So when you were changing into all those guys, you were doing it in your dress, but as Marion and the other people you were showing us.
Yet. She wasn't in the dress yet. She was in her armor.
Right, but I think what he's saying is there's a point when you started to explain all the people of Dair's Wharf.
Yeah, but she was in her armor. She wasn't in the fancy
armor
dress.
at least. Okay.
All right. I think what we were saying is Yori really wanted to just have Marion in a dress.
We'll do that later.
That would be
We
great.
can do our own drag shows later.
Love it.
No, when you came back, I asked you to remind me who it looks
Oh
like.
yeah, it was Marion in the dress.
Oh,
then.
yeah. Incredible.
Great.
Awesome.
Fantastic. And maybe you just look like Evelyn O'Connell from The Mummy.
That's I mean, like, I just assumed that it was. I think it's like you asked for like, oh, can I just get some very like basic clothes, and you get the like extreme posh proper version of someone going into a dig site. So it's not like it's work clothes, but it's the nicer sort of form of work clothes for sure.
I'll get you a photo soon. I'm just using Midjourney right now.
Cool. Yeah. Sweet. So yeah, I'll say at that point, yeah, Siobhan, you catch up and you guys head on out. So I'll say, Siobhan, give me a history check with advantage.
18.
18. Great. Fantastic. So you know that there are multiple places where you could get like truly not great breakfast food, but in the idea of like, and it's up to you, in the idea of like trying to maybe represent what Dair's Wharf does really well. There is a breakfast shop weirdly off to the side. It is truly actually about maybe I'd say about a half an hour's journey away, as it is kind of on very close to the Sea Glass Spire. So on the opposite sort of side of the takes, actually relatively pretty close to the belly, a place that is called Bubble Glees. So you could take them there, or you could say like we just go to some generic place and it's okay.
We can take him there.
Cool.
Yori, we failed Yori multiple times.
Sweet. So with that, you guys head out into the hustle and bustle of the city. You hear it is an incredibly busy day with figures of people kind of coming in and out. It's the morning, so you don't get a lot of like you get a lot of busybodies. There's definitely some like beggars and things like that on the streets, but for the most part, most of the people that are going to and fro are either merchants of some sort, sailors, or just people just doing exactly what you're doing. So as you guys are heading off, we're going to kind of move you guys into the space of still being in the takes, but just actually like kind of closer to where the belly and I'd say about maybe 10 minutes south of where the Clouds district is. Great. With that, we're gonna pause you guys there. To Nalani and Huxley, who are just only probably maybe 10 minutes ahead. Nalani, as you're walking, you see Huxley has his goggles on. You notice, like with the goggles themselves, as someone who usually sticks to being kind of on the outer edge of welcoming to any passerby, you notice that Huxley clearly makes a face of like, don't fucking talk to me, as you guys are walking through. So you feel like you have a general sort of space to move relatively quickly. Nalani, is the direction you're going straight to the Sharps, where Lyra would be?
It's about, if I remember right, it's about 30 minutes away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ironically, kind of everything's about 30 minutes away from where you guys are at, besides maybe, specific areas. I'd say the belly is closer to like maybe like 40 to 50 minutes away.
I think Nalani is going to match him identically. Hood pulled up, low, walking, and does not say anything for the first 10 minutes.
Cool. You got it. As you're doing so, give me a perception check. General perception.
So, 9 plus, it's a 14.
14. Awesome. And I'll say for everybody that's going out, for like from here on out, feel free to just roll a perception check and just like write it down on a note. I'll probably ask this of everyone who's going outside. So 14. With a 14, you're looking around at the various people and you see essentially what I described before. You don't notice anyone necessarily that you recognize. You do notice that Nalani, you're having to be not at. You're having to kind of pull your gait a little bit back, like not mechanically, but just like roleplay wise. As you notice that Huxley does have like just the slightest limp.
After about 10 minutes, Nalani is going to say in kind of a low voice to Huxley, none of us knew Siobhan before we met her a few weeks ago.
I don't know who you're talking about, first off.
Iliar.
Okay.
None of us knew her. And what you're saying makes a lot of sense. To be honest, I don't even know if we verified she has a daughter.
Okay, that's tracks. What are you getting at?
Well, you know this place certainly better than I do. And her actions, to me, seem like what you would do if you were coming back here to take over. Do you think that's what she's doing?
I don't know. I think that I can only go with the hard evidence. I think if she's trying anything of that point, we'd be in the know at a certain point, enough to be able to back out when that happens. Sorry, can you excuse me? Just okay, fuck off. Get out of here. As you see him just like moving away from like people that are just in his way. As you guys are heading into the sharps, you see him like kind of like look at you. Just, so what's your whole deal in all this?
I'm just
Mitch, if you can put, I'm just having trouble hearing. If you can either put that closer.
I'm just concerned about the group.
Perfect.
If she's not gonna stop with taking the city over, why wouldn't she take the rod?
Yeah, I guess she could do that, but it seemed like she had opportunities to do that a couple times.
But don't you think she would have an order of things? There's no need to disrupt the apple cart until she's accomplished her first objective.
Nalani, what do you know about me?
I don't know anything.
Do I look like someone who is social enough to understand groups and how they work, or someone who makes elaborate plans?
I think you're someone who steps back and observes things and doesn't let his emotions of others get in the way of the facts of them.
Yeah. So I
That's
think
why I'm
all we can do
asking
right
you your opinion of this rather than the others, because they want to believe her.
my opinion. Don't be an idiot. But it's an opinion. I work on evidence, and right now the evidence says there's concern. Must not think very highly of her to be so on board with what I think. Wasn't maybe 2 days ago before you were aiming an arrow in my face.
I don't need to be on board with what you think to ask and listen, do I? I'm simply gathering information and facts.
Huh. Yeah, step aside. As you hear marching kind of going throughout the streets, you see guards kind of moving out of the way. As he kind of like makes a motion towards like pushing you over to it, as you see the figures kind of walk by. Say, if you want my opinion on things involving this city, I haven't been back in a long time, but I find it very odd that there hasn't been more talk about a heist as big as this since yesterday. So if you're looking for who is the biggest threat, might want to consider the suits watching the guards as they pass by. But, I mean, being in the city, the one thing I can tell you, everyone's a threat.
You asked what I knew of you. What do you know of me?
I'm not going to tell you shit. You didn't tell me anything. I can tell you what I think of you. I think you're someone who likes to play on the side of standing on a certain side of the fence, but being ready to jump whenever there's a first sign of something being wrong. Tells me that you're not a very trusting guy.
And
Which
you
is good.
are?
I'm not, but I have my reasons.
And I suspect you know mine.
Not yet. Alright, what the fuck are we doing here?
I need to go in this shop. And they were never going to let me go alone. So I appreciate you escorting me.
I'm just trying to keep any of you from bringing things that would come back to my doorstep. Again. So I guess I'll wait outside.
Or we could just get some breakfast for you to take back for Yori. Nolani sees the cart across the way that they all went to get food at when we were here the day before, I suspect, and motions to that and starts walking over that way with Huxley and starts looking at some sausages and whatever else is there.
Cool. Yeah, Huxley follows you. He's allowing you to kind of take the lead on that. We'll say you pick up, I would assume enough for a day. Anything more just would have to be noted in like the gold that you have.
Yeah, Nolani's not shopping. Nolani grew up eating hardtack out in the woods. His idea of breakfast and Yori's are maybe a little different here. He's getting like a couple sausage and not much.
So it's just enough for you.
Just enough for Yori, actually.
Okay.
I'm not eating.
Got it. Cool. You see Huxley kind of like looking at that and going, wow, okay, that is... not gonna get enough for the whole class, huh?
Well, I was supposed to get breakfast for Yori, and since it's breakfast time and I'm probably going to be in this shop for quite a while, working on some things, you should probably just take this back to him, and then I'll be right along. Io can message me if he needs to get a hold of me. And Nolani's gonna swiftly walk in the archery shop.
You got it. Cool. He watches you walk as you step through, walking into the shop. And we're going to pause you guys there. So, for Yori and Io and Siobhan, Siobhan, do you tell them like a name to go by?
Nobody can think of one. My brain's freezing.
Tyler?
It should be like Becky or something.
Sure, Becky.
I was going to say,
Becky.
just go with Evelyn. It's better than Becky.
Becky.
I like
Becky.
Becky, though. Let's go with Becky.
Cool. Walking with do we have Io or do we have Mama?
Well, now that Io has his own little humanoid tiefling disguise, I think he'd stick with... Normally, I would say he'd stick with Io, but instead, I'd say we're going to stick with the name, Augustus.
Augustus. Okay. You got it. Cool. Yori, I assume you're Yori. Cool. Sweet. So the perception checks all around. We'll say this is for like going going across the takes and then going into Babaglees.
15.
21.
21. Yori.
D&D Beyond is being just incredibly slow. I got a 7.
Cool.
I'm gonna need to restart it, or I'll just roll regular dice.
Yori, you are looking around and seeing that there's an occasional person that seems to be putting something to their mouth and chewing, and that's really all you can really focus on. I think there's a point where there's a possibility that when Becky is saying there's like a perfect place and it's just this amount of ways away, Yori, there's probably just an amount of impatience. I'm like, okay, fine, but let's go I see that, but there's places along the way, and like as you're passing by them. Cool. With a 15, you, I think, like in tandem perfectly, you also see that there is a guards formation that kind of walks by you, you all. No one particularly that you recognize.
Can't imagine she was too friendly with guards here.
Yeah. But you do see that you do notice, I think with the 15, you see that they're actually, this is not like a normal, like typically the guards are going to like, there'll be like 1 or 2 or maybe 3 that are kind of like walking a beat. This is about, 10 or 12 that are kind of moving along the streets, marching, which tells you that there's probably something up. Io, with a 21, you're looking around at everybody, noticing like the sort of like extensive array of different races and people that are all kind of enjoying the day for the most part. I think, with the 21, there's a possibility of you kind of like being lost in the clouds, but really, you are able to kind of just differentiate and focus on both. You do notice that there is a figure that seems to be like leaning against a dark alleyway, eating what looks to be like an apple, but it looks to be like a little bit darker, like more of like a purplish. It could almost be like a plum, but it's kind of in between. And you see that this figure kind of like eyes you in a way that kind of just throws you off a little bit. I think with the 21, you recognize this as one of the figures I think you saw maybe from a distance that had tried to grift you for money when you came in. You see this figure just kind of sitting with his back alongside, just watching you all as you walk away, but seems to be noticing you. And I'd say that's about it until you come to the Sea Glass Spire. The Sea Glass Spire, you all kind of see is this very large, what's the word I'm looking for color? This kind of like interesting, like mostly like a taupe sort of shade building that has this completely circular sort of sandstone coming all the way up. You see the occasional sort of like really small windows, but at the very top you see a very illustrious looking you see a room that seems to be completely surrounded by glass, very like lighthouse-esque, and you can see just barely in like the corner, like looking straight up as it is about I think it's about 150 to maybe 200 feet in the air, a depiction of what looks to be like some sort of I think from your vantage point maybe like a female form, but it's really hard to tell from that angle. Anything you guys want to do or say as you're making your way to Bubbleglees?
I think the first thing that Augustus probably does is he probably does say, little man, Brownie, keep an eye out. That guy who accosted us when we got here, he's taking a look at us. And then I think probably does ask Becky about the spire, but aside from that, probably keeping it pushing.
You got it. I think Becky, at Io mentioning this figure, give me a I'm gonna say give me a separate perception check for this, I think.
Jeez. 20.
20? Cool. With a 20, that is that's enough to just kind of like see this figure, and I believe we decided last time that you did not recognize this figure, correct? Because
I have
like,
no idea.
okay, so this would have been I'll pull him up again.
Was it Finn?
No, it was this guy,
The really nice looking one, right?
the really nice looking one. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Well, you said he was. What did I say? You said he was one of those people. There's a certain word for
Barnacle.
it, like
Barnacle.
barnacles or something.
He's a barnacle. Yeah.
Yeah. And she basically told him to fuck off the last time he tried to cause.
Correct. Yeah. But I said, like, name wise, you didn't get a name or anything like that. So yeah, you see him
She
just
didn't
kind of
care
like,
to ask the name, yeah.
you got it. You do notice that he is he's kind of staring down you lot. With a 20, it's kind of in the realms of most likely he was thinking about possibly moving up to you to kind of like do some sort of grift again, and then recognized you, and or no, sorry, wouldn't recognize you at all. Yeah, I think you see just him like kind of debating on whether or not to interrupt your day.
She's just gonna
and-
put her hands on both of her daggers sheathed at her hips. Very.
You see him just, and then just kind of turns into the alleyway. Cool. As you guys move past the sea glass spire, you move into a very, very quaint little tiny shop right in the corner of like a somewhat main street going from the takes over across to where the Clouds district would be, like 10 minutes away, like I said. And as you come in, you see this this kind of happy looking slightly older gnome. As you guys walk in, hi, welcome to Bobble Glees. What can I get you?
Whatever the little guy wants.
Pancakes. I mean,
Okay.
pancakes, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I can definitely get you
and wait.
some pancakes.
And Gwen mentioned bacon and maybe something else, but definitely she mentioned. I haven't actually had a pancake before, but Gwen made it seem like they're really good.
Oh, they are, but you know what else is really good? My good sir, do you by any chance happen to have a wonderful fritter known as a beignet?
Oh yeah, we have beignets for sure. Anything anything of that variety, we absolutely can do. I do apologize. There's one thing that we just ran out of. There was a couple of figures that came in and kind of took all the bacon we have.
Can you give me a description of them? I just kind of want to, I want to know the story when I tell people it's a real story, and when I get back to Gwen, she's gonna want to know kind of, oh my, someone took all the bacon. Who is that? Maybe we should get a description of them or a picture if you have it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Give me a persuasion check as you're.
I'm gonna roll a real die since D&D Beyond's being weird.
Do it.
Okay, that is, what's my persuasion? Oh, plus 6? 23.
23, cool. Having a dirty 20 in the Constitution to not give up a there was a couple people that came here. There was it was like a green kind of sea elf looking feller, had hair that was kind of like just draped to the sides and kind of came all the way down. A good looking guy. And then there was a Leonin that was very big, kind of like intimidating looking, but then had a really great conversation with him. And then a small little goblin man.
Great. They should be easy to recognize. I mean, easy to tell Gwen about. That's it. Thank you.
You're welcome. They left about maybe 10 minutes ago.
Hold that thought.
Pancakes first.
Yeah. Do you happen to have any other meats of the start your day breakfast persuasion? You know, sausages,
Well,
ham, steak.
so we have some of the like, I guess you could call them beef tips, but they're going to be made for the stew for lunch because they were from the day before. But
We could just do eggs and pancakes. That'll be sufficient.
And beignets. Don't forget the
The
beignets.
beignets and beignets.
okay. It's a weird question because normally I just, kind of serve people that are coming up, but there was how many are we serving here?
7.
Okay.
The 3 of us
You mean
here, and we're
people?
gonna take the other 4 back.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. You see him like really like light up at this. Wow. Okay. I might need to close up early. Okay. Yeah, I could get those to you in about sorry. So everybody's getting beignets?
Oh,
Yeah, everyone's getting
certainly.
pancakes, eggs, and beignets.
Okay. All right. You got it. Yeah. All right. So give me about maybe about 20 minutes.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, that's not good.
You're back, I think.
I was about to think that was going to be a real 20 minutes. Oh, is he back?
Apparently, beignets is the line. That's where everything.
Beignets,
Mhm.
that's it.
Mm.
All right. Well, we just go and track down the people with the bacon and get all
Kill
the
'em.
bacon back.
Through violence.
Because I can't walk. Can we wait at least
Yes.
a day?
32 hours is a grace.
Sorry about that, gang. If you guys can hear me,
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I can hear you now.
That's being weird. Okay, I think we're back. Okay, great. Yeah. So you guys kind of wait for 20 minutes, and you come back out, and you have enough food for everybody. So looking around, okay. So that'll be about.
I'm just gonna hand her 5 gold. I just sort of pick it up out of my pocket, which is just full of gold. Like not like thousands, but just like a handful that's in there, and just kind of hand it out to her. Is that good? That seems good. Oh well.
Oh, there we go.
I guess
again.
it wasn't good.
It wasn't good.
You didn't pay him enough.
Your money's no good here. It's cursed.
5 gold, we might be covering New Moon's charge too.
5 gold is an enormous amount. I mean,
Huge amount.
Yes.
it's like $5,000.
Yes, it is.
If you use the copper dollar system, yeah, it's like $5,000. But I have no. Someone's gonna have to teach me about the economy.
We have like 40,000 gold right now. I don't think that matters so much.
Yeah, well, yeah, I put it in. I put the split in my inventory, which would be 6,666 per person.
Oh, I
so
didn't split it. Yeah.
well, technically, it's in the bag of holding, but also I imagine that I was taking some amount to put in Fenrir's packs, because if I'm gonna later on, if I'm gonna go out on runs and stuff like that, he'll have to take some gold with him, and I don't think I'm gonna take the bag of holding. I'll probably just take some of the gold.
That's fair. Yeah.
Technically, the gold is still in a big pile on the floor.
That's
No, I
true.
swept
You
it
could've
back
just
in the bag of holding. I'm pretty sure I swept. Or
Okay.
no, maybe I imagined sweeping it back into the bag of holding.
I don't think it was said, but I could see that having
can't
occurred while we were
remember.
moving Gwyn's stuff into a separate room.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A lot of Asterian / what?
Don't out us on live stream there, buddy.
What's
Oops.
I'll
what's
explain
what's
it to
happening?
you when
What
you're
did I
older.
miss?
I didn't know you were still on.
What happened? I don't like that. I don't like coming back to I didn't know we were still on.
He wants me to explain Asterian / Gale, which is
Oh no, I get
Oh,
it.
yeah,
I
yeah,
get
yeah.
it now. I get it now. I get it now. Now that I have the context.
So so we'll say, like, mechanically speaking, how much gold do you give them?
5.
5. Okay, cool. Yeah. I mean, oh man. Okay. All right. Well, that's more. Just so you know, that's more than
It's
that's more
fine.
the amount.
Just how
It's
about
like a
you
celebration.
Just save some bacon for us when you get it in. Just set
Oh,
it aside and we'll be back.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If someone else comes in and says, "Hey, I want bacon," is well, hey, look, I can only give you the allotment of like what. There's some stuff that's set aside, and it's for
Becky.
Becky. It's for Becky. Okay, you got it. Well, hey, enjoy your food. Thanks for shopping at Bob O'Glee's. I think a couple more orders, we might have to close for the day. And this just nice, sweet gnome seems to be truly kind of like hopping up and down as you guys leave. And as you guys head back with the food, I would like one more perception check.
5.
Cool.
That is 15.
7.
7. Cool. Awesome. So truly there's a point where you guys start walking along, and in a very like kind of like Easter egg like sort of theme, there's a point in time where we actually see like just in the background like truly maybe like we'll say about maybe 80 feet behind them, these blurred images of a Leonin and various other figures, may or may not be from another party, as you guys are heading back and full on just not seeing each other. Cool. So with that, you guys head on back with no issues.
Above board, how common would a Leonin be in the city? Like, would that be something that really sticks out, or is it something like there's a couple there, or kind of is it? Yeah,
that's a good question. I think it's like it's not. I'd say uncommon, but not like I think you've seen a couple since you were here.
Right. He's not like the only one, or like one of the. Yeah, okay. Cool.
Yep. And to be clear, for specificity's sake, I guess, he's behind you, so you definitely don't notice him.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just for later.
Cool.
Also, that might be the only goblin. Maybe it's not the only goblin in the city, but also it wasn't described as a goblin. It was just a small green guy or something.
Small
like
green man, I think is what he said.
Small
Yeah.
green man. Yeah. That might stick out.
Cool. Yeah. Sweet. So as you guys head on back, I think if there's anyone that you would possibly run into, I don't think you would where you are. So yeah, so I think you guys just head on back to.
Do we run into Finn coming back? Because he said he was going to check on Alistair in the morning, anyways.
It's a good question. For that would be right after they come out. You do not run into Finn, but when you guys come back in, about truly like 10 minutes later, he shows up. So with that, we will cut into Gwyn and Alistair as you guys are hanging out. Anything specific you guys do RP wise or working on for the, I'd say no more than like 40 minutes.
Yeah, I do think Gwen would eventually go over and sit with Alistair.
I think Alistair's drinking, honestly. Not like heavy drinking, but that we'll pretend, we'll call it medicinal drinking. So I think he has his absence out.
I don't think she says anything about that. But she would say, so I'm not a warlock anymore.
Okay.
I broke the
When did
connection
this happen?
last night, I guess, is the best way to put it. So I don't really know what I'm doing anymore right now, but
Why did you? I thought you and the librarian were
it
on to
just
something.
didn't feel
Aren't
right
you?
anymore. There were things that he needed from me that I couldn't give them right now.
I can see that. What was he asking from you?
To not walk my own path. To walk theirs. Or in the way that they wanted.
Clearly didn't vet you out before he made a deal with you.
Yeah. So, I'll tell the others, but I wanted to tell you first.
I don't really think it makes that much of a difference, Gwen. You didn't need a librarian in the first place.
I did. Or at least, I thought I did. Amounts to the same thing, I think.
What are you going to do?
I have no idea. I've been trying to do the work that I didn't do when we were in school. Or at least not to the full extent. Build up a spell book the way that, was talked about as being the best way to experience magic. I don't know if I believe that, but it's,
Gwyn, so you've probably like already started, right? In like trying to like
Yeah,
put in
I
the
think-
spells of what you would.
I think what she had started with was like the real first year stuff, like trying to do mage armor, shield, and then the find familiar and comprehend languages, that kind of ritual stuff.
Cool, you got it. I'll say for now, roll me a d6.
3.
3. Cool. Alistair, as you look in the book, you see a couple things. I think one thing you see is that with I imagine Gwen's someone that actually has like perfect penmanship.
Oh, it is her only tool proficiency, so it is perfect.
Love it. Cool. So you notice some very well drawn out, fine familiar mage armor, and we'll say like a shield spell. But you notice that there's about there are like 3 others that you notice are not quite right. And this is like truly from your first year of like before you kind of got into the like sort of specific artificers type of magic thing.
I think Alistair, I'm running my hands down the page, and I think I just kind of go past it and then come back and kind of stare at it for a minute. I've always believed in maybe having someone that could kind of guide or mentor you in situations, and to be honest,
you can
that's
just say it, Alistair.
so this is wrong.
Okay.
That's like, but it's not like, oops, I transposed it. Like this is, and this one right here as well. So I hate the whole hand movement, and never it has to be, but like you're not even in the right area on this one.
I am honestly not that surprised at that.
Yeah.
I think actually just a small retcon. I think one of the spells that is definitely not right is Find Familiar.
Cool.
I think like specifically in the wording and like the runic sort of language or the magical sort of language in that you see that it's not there's a lot of things that are written in on the possibilities of what you could summon, but most of the language is written in forms of like it's not singular nouns. They're like accidentally plural.
Where's Hewson?
He should be around. I called him back last night.
Did you
It was kind of weird
Last
though.
night.
He had
last night? Okay, yeah.
something in his mouth when he came back.
Just Hewson though, right? This was
Well-
this was
There was also
So-
a mouse, I think.
Houston can be here. It's up to you.
Yeah, I remember last time he came back with like a mouse. So
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, I think he probably hears his name and he comes and drapes himself over Alistair's shoulders or something.
Jumps back. Yep. Jumps up on the table. And then comes in. And then Alistair, you see the same, noticeably, you see the same, like three-eyed cat. You also notice that from the side of Hewson, like the tail, and it's something that like Gwen, I think you would notice if you were paying attention, but you see like Hewson is my cat, and that's that's everything is. There's a million different reasons on why Gwen would not necessarily notice this. But Alistair, you notice that there's a small like nub of a possible like secondary like appendage, like a secondary leg that's like coming out of Hewson, but it's not functional. It looks a little weird and bumpy.
You need to find a wizard here in Dair's Wharf.
Yeah,
Yep.
I was gonna go this afternoon when Io gets back.
You might also want to talk to Hewson, maybe. So again, like right here, this is proper plural, and you used informal, and Hewson.
Gwen will look over at Houston.
As Gwen, as you look over at Houston, you see, I think you noticed a little nub, but Alistair, I actually want you to roll me I'm going to say nature or arcana.
$25 Arcana.
Arcana, got it. What would that be in nature?
So 22.
22. Okay, good, cool, awesome. So you do notice that even though like the Gwen, you definitely, I think it's your cat. I'm not gonna have you roll that like perception check on that. I think you notice like you see that like little like weird bump, and you're like, oh, that's not right. That's weird. But Alistair, you notice that if Hewson is being called into this world as now just a normal like level 1 Find Familiar spell, there's a very unlikely chance that Hewson would have 3 eyes. So looking at the 3 eyes, you see that as like as a form of like, Gwen, that's not, you can't do that anymore if you're doing that as a witch. But with a 20, we'll say 22 in the nature and 25 in the arcana, you notice something odd, that the 3 eyes do seem to be working independently. Not like looking off in different directions. I mean, like they see, like it seems to be that third eye is actually working, which strikes you as odd.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like Gwen is, as much as she ignores Hewson, would fight anyone that said something negative about Hewson.
You're muted. Jess, I think you're still muted.
Yep, I sure was. Yeah, she would. I mean, this is just the form he took when she first summoned him all those years ago. So she just thinks this is, how he's supposed to be.
And you,
I think
for clarity's sake, I think you probably summoned him like right when you started Warlock levels, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
I think as I kind of like shove Gwen's book under her nose, as come back down, I'm gonna cast Detect Good and Evil, or Detect Evil and Good, to see what kind of aura Houston has at this moment.
He'd always had a fiendish aura before, if you've ever done it on him.
I think with casting Detect Evil and Good, you actually see a weird sort of connection of like a very weak Fae, which is not, I think Alistair, you're probably maybe aware that like Houston was considered to be of a fiend sort of thing, but you don't get the fiend, you get an extremely weak Fae. Now, with that, Alistair, I'm going to carry over that 25. You actually see that the connection that you have here on this is so weak in Fae that you feel like there's no possible way that this creature exists in this realm as much as it does, with how little magic you're getting off, or how little connection you're getting off of from its type, so to speak.
Gwen, I really think that you should probably go see someone today about your spell book, and make sure Houston comes with you. He looks unhealthy right now, which I'm assuming is related to your patron, maybe.
Gwen is gonna pick Houston up and just like, do that cat mom thing of checking all over.
I think it might be more not there's something. Houston is wonderful, and I've always enjoyed his company, but something is wrong with him.
Houston does that cat thing that as soon as his name is mentioned, he just kind of turns his head and looks at you. Alistair, when you see that, you notice that Houston turns his head almost completely around, like owl-like.
This is fascinating. Like, do you not notice what's going on? Do you have any idea? Your link, is it different with Houston?
She'll concentrate on it. Is it different at all?
That's a good question. I'd say for you to give me an Arcana check.
Oh, I have to do it at disadvantage. Okay, good. That was higher. 19.
19. I think with a 19, for the most part, you would not be able to tell unless you specifically tried to focus like you are right now. But you see that Houston seems to be in a weird space of an amalgamation of familiars that Houston has taken a part of. From with that 19, you get the idea that it's like Houston is aware of all the forms that he's taken, and in summoning him coming back, he is mostly cat. But you notice, you see that head turn, and you also notice as you kind of like pet the top of him, you see that there's actually some weird little bumps on his back, like two little bumps on either side near his spine.
Oh, buddy.
Meow.
Just gonna pet him. The professor I met, he had... This is weird, but I think he had more than one familiar. So I think he should, he's probably the best place to start.
You gotta reach over and do touch Gwen's cheek. Gwen,
Yeah.
it's not possible to have more than one familiar.
She's gonna, like, take your face and go, "Are you telling me, Alistair Smeal, that magic is impossible to know everything about?"
It's not fair. But it's just it's not. Do you understand the mental capacity that would be required for just two familiars, much less? Imagine trying to split your brain that many
Are
times.
you saying that to me?
As the words came out, I realized what was going on there.
Yeah, this is exciting.
This is very. I'm happy to see you do this.
We're gonna go. When you're back on your feet, we'll go together. Again, because I'm definitely going today.
Can you, if they have any books there on, and I don't know if you're gonna find it, but like chronomancy or maybe like interpreting portents or things like that, you can't find that in Eriscar. So if you find anything like that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out.
Okay.
Or I'll ask Io too. His eyes are usually better than mine.
And also things we should talk about in the future, but I'm sure they'll be back soon. Underlith talks to me.
Like right on cue, right, that the door opens,
Yeah,
and you hear like Yori come barging in.
She's just gonna give you a look that says this conversation will continue.
Pancakes were so great. You were right, Gwen. They were so. We brought some back. I have some in my pockets,
Did
and
you
then
get
also
bacon
I
and
think
roll
there's
them
some in
together?
actual. No,
Oh,
there's some jerks took all the bacon, but we got the descriptions, so I'll look out. And we
Placed in
reserved bacon
advanced
for later.
order. Yes.
Mhm.
Reserved bacon for later.
We also
we
got
grabbed a ton of food for
beignets.
everyone.
Yeah.
fantastic. Did anybody get coffee?
I imagine we would have grabbed some kind of drinks.
Does
Yeah, I
coffee
mean,
even
if you like
exist?
coffee, I mean, you could have grabbed some.
Yeah, I think you could do
Got a
that.
carafe.
Also, I'm gonna roll some like sort of luck roll thing. Okay,
They
cool,
have
awesome,
coffee.
great. Yeah. You look around too, like Huxley's got to have like something. Like, how does he like? And there's nothing. There's no fridge. There's like there's no like cooler. There's nothing that represents anything of like the idea of even like even leftover food or even trash of food. Yeah, there's nothing.
Do you think Huxley just like doesn't eat? Maybe like, he's got that arm. Maybe the rest of him is that too, but then he has like a, disguise where he looks like, I don't know why he wouldn't disguise that part of his arm, but like there could be reasons. And then so he's just like,
I think he
I
probably
don't know what
tends
you
to eat
call it,
out.
but like a metal person,
I think you're onto something, Yori.
Incredible.
Can you just get this all out of your system now before we start working?
I'm going to say yes.
Great.
That's it. Yes, sure.
Cool. So with everybody back except for Nalani and Huxley, we're gonna flip over to Nalani. So, question above board here. You can anyone can say no, but is there anyone who would like to play as Lyra? Jess? No. Okay. Fair enough. No problem. Cool. All right. So, Nalani, you walk into the shop. You see Lyra I never have a picture for Lyra?
We didn't last time. We were like posting them in chat and our
Sorry.
guesses, but they
Totally
were
forgot
all a
about
little bit
You
wild.
can
Yeah.
use one of the pictures from my backstory, which I think would work. The one of the Paxtons.
Also, I might have something for you too, but you might find something before I actually have something ready.
Yeah, that's all right. It takes a little bit to kind of just walk through that, so we'll just
Zara
assume you guys.
Haxton is probably a good image.
It'd be tough to get a halfling, like on Midjourney and stuff.
I think we had something, but oh, that is a good picture. Yeah, we'll work on that as we go along. But yeah, so yeah, Nalani, you come into the shop. Hi, come on in. Just in case you've ever been here before, please make sure that when you're shooting the arrows, if you are going to shoot and oh, hi.
Hi. First, is there anyone else in here other than her?
Nope.
Okay. Hi. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah.
I think Nolani is very slowly closing the distance to her with every exchange.
Okay.
I was worried after yesterday. Is that normal around here?
Oh, what happened? No. I mean, there's the occasional.
I mean the robbery and the fight, not the kiss.
Oh. No to both.
Cause yeah, did you notice when we were fighting there was a woman that appeared kind of down the alley and she yelled, "I'm back, bitches," and she had the gold and then took off. Do you know who that was?
Yeah, I think she said, "I'm back, motherfucker." I mean, not that it matters.
Oh.
You're right. No, you're
Okay.
right. Yeah. But yeah, no, I didn't.
I think did she yell a name or something? I don't. It's just weird.
I don't think Kara yelled Kara.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I'm fishing now to see if she knows who she was.
Yeah. I mean, she says, no, I didn't. I mean, honestly, I kind of didn't. I didn't get a great look as I was preoccupied with the fight.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. That shot you took was incredible. I mean, you were right, and your form. I mean, the way your back was arched and your chest was out. Like, I mean, and your elbow was up high and straight. It was very impressive.
Thank you. You were also there was stuff, there was so much that kind of went on, and I think at this point, like, Nalani, you tell me how close you guys are.
I think now we're maybe 2 feet apart.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, she takes a step forward, which is like doesn't really actually bring you closer, because she's very short, like as far as like face to face distance. Yeah, you were, but I mean, there was a lot of stuff that you did that you were amazing.
I think Nolani reaches out and holds her hand. Like we're facing each other, he reaches out and holds her hand, and
you see like the distance between her face and yours. She's as close as she possibly can be.
Yeah, but Nolani's not that aggressive with her, so he's
Got it.
grabbing her hand first, and he's like, yeah, and then he just kisses her.
Cool. Give me an initiative roll, please.
2 plus
Fantastic.
what, I've got like 5.
Cool. Full movie moment of you guys leaning in and her like full on closing her eyes as you hear the ding, and you see a figure walk in that you see takes off his goggles as you see Huxley has walked in. Oh, hello. Wow, lovely shop you have here. My gosh, it's incredible. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I was interested in looking at every single bow that you have. Hi, my name is Chris, and I'm new here and would really love to just, kind of chat with the locals and figure out, what makes this city tick. Hi, how's it going? Hi, Chris, and puts a hand out to you, Nalani.
Hi, I'm Lyran, and shakes his hand back.
You notice in this moment, go ahead and roll me a d20 and add your charisma modifier.
12.
Cool. With a 12, you see Lyra kind of like pull back a little bit. Oh, hi. I'm Lyra. Welcome to the shop. You can feel free to try any bow that you like. It's giving you like weird like look, Nalani, as you didn't use your real name.
No, I introduced myself as that last time.
Oh,
Yeah,
you did. That's right.
you
I
did, yeah.
apologize. Yep. Yes. Okay. So she just seems kind of like broken up and not from your. Yeah. Okay. And Chili, I have all the time in the world, and I'm very eager to learn, as I've never used a bow before in my life. Looking right at Nalani. It would be this way. Sorry. And you, no roll required. You get the idea of like Huxley just full on fucking with you.
Well, maybe I can talk to you when you're done here. What time do you get off work?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was in the middle of something. I can, I guess, I do have a lot of money, but I was, I could probably just maybe just kind of hang back for a little bit. Maybe I can come back after I'm done spending some of it. And you see Lyra is just like torn as you see her just go like, should full like crestfallen. Oh, yeah, no, Lyran, yeah, I'm done at 9.
Okay. And Nalani will walk I say, okay, I'll be in touch, and walk swiftly out the door, leaving Huxley there, and walks around the building to the shooting range where we walked out the last time, pushed through the wall, and listens.
Roll me a stealth check.
Nat 20.
Okay, cool. You got it. So as you head out, you hear the ling as you head out onto the street, and I'll say with a nat 20, I'll also kind of carry over to the point of you hear that bell one more time about maybe 10 seconds after you left. But with a nat 20, I did not roll a nat 20. You see him kind of like looking around. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna stand here. Nothing?
I think Nilani is going to. I guess he was in the front. If Nilani's in the back and he's in the front and he hears the bell, he doesn't necessarily know where he
There's,
went.
I'll say with like the idea on this, like there's very little chance that you don't, like, if you hear that bell, you're probably like midway between like the back and the front. So
Yeah.
like it's like a choice now at this point of like you could go back out front, you could, whatever.
Nilani's gonna go, psst, Lyra, psst, and try to get her attention.
From the back of the shop?
I think if he's halfway towards the front, he's going to slowly walk towards the front and get her attention as quietly as he can.
So this is like, the trouble with the shop is that the back is not connected for some reason, but everything else is like imagine it being like brick and mortar.
Right. Okay.
So for you to kind of go around the front, there's no way you would be able to get past Huxley in just walking in front of him.
Oh, so I thought when Gwen and I left, we went out the back of the shop and left to avoid going through the guards in the front.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't come back in that way to avoid going in the front?
You can if you want, but that means you're going into the shop, which, remember, the shop is glass. In the front window.
Okay. I think... I think Nilani is going to cast, let's see. Pass without a trace on himself.
Okay.
And he is going to, you know what? He's not going to do that. He's just going to go back into the front, and he's going to go back in and whisper to Lyra, and just say.
So again, I just want to make sure to clarify. To go to the front, there's no way Huxley doesn't see you, because that's where Huxley is. Huxley's stationed at the front, waiting to see you at the front.
Right. Sorry.
He turned and
I
looked
guess
for
I'm
you,
not
couldn't find
explaining. I want to go back in the way Gwen and I did.
you. So from the back, not
from
the front.
the back in.
Cool.
If Huxley sees me through the windows, whatever. Yeah.
Okay, you got it. You walk in through the back. I'll give you about 10 seconds.
I'm just gonna say, hey, I just wanted to see you again, and I'm gonna have to go, but where do you live? How do I find you if you're not at the shop?
It'd probably be best to just kind of get me from the shop.
Okay. And he's gonna
go. Feel free to roll an insight check.
That's a 12.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you see just on her face, just like kind of a slight smile to that, but it's kind of a sheepish smile to it.
Cause you know how we had talked about coordinating our outfits for the wedding, and Gwen, my friend Gwen, who you met, she was talking about colors and helping.
Okay, yeah, sorry. No, I found my I don't know where my coin pouch was. But wow, how'd you do that? That's crazy. Lyran, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I'll let you two get back to it. And Nalani's gonna go out the front, and he's just gonna stand there and wait for Huxley.
You got it. An amount of time that tells you there is no way Huxley left in a way that isn't clearly associated with you. Huxley walks out. Ding. Oh, hey, Myron. Ready to go?
Yes.
Lead the way.
Nalani's gonna head back. Do you have the breakfast still?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I think in the same way of like, there's a solid 10 minutes of silence when you came in. Unless you say something specific, I think there's just silence on the way back. And Huxley has just the biggest shit-eating grin on his face.
Nalani is going to be walking. I imagine we're walking kind of next to each other back in silence. And it's a crowded, bustling street. Every chance he gets, he's going to close the distance so it pushes him into anyone else on the street, and he has to make physical contact with them.
I love it. You got it. Incredible. I'm gonna roll to see if he. Yeah. He understood. He gets the game. Cool. We'll say about maybe from the total of this, like maybe like truly like I think 10 minutes after Yori, Gwyn, and Io, or sorry, Yori, Gwyn, and Yori, Io, and Siobhan or Becky comes back, or Augustus comes back. You guys get the idea. These people come back. About 10 minutes later is when Nalani shows up with Huxley. We brought meat. And I think with
they're stuffing our faces with pancakes.
yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Well, you already.
Oh,
I
that's
think
what you meant by 7. I thought you were thinking that Fenrir was the 7th, so I kind of already fed the other pancakes, the 7th one to Fenrir.
That's all
I
right. We
have
got
some in my pocket still, but they're kind of the syrup kind of mixed with it, and so they're kind of more of a ball of goo. But you can have some. Have you had pancakes?
That's good.
No.
I doubt Nene's had beignets either, and he just shoves one into Nalani's mouth.
Yeah, and if there's a pancake with lots of syrup on it on a plate or something there, if it's like on the table, is there anything like that?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a fantasy world, man.
Nalani is going to pick it up and say, "Here you go," and hand it to Huxley in such a way that it spills all over his mechanical arm.
Go ahead and roll me a. I'm gonna say roll me an attack roll.
Oof.
Nat 20.
What the fuck?
Okay, you got it. Just spills all over it. You see him like look down, look up. Really?
And I'm gonna walk to the other side of the room and sit down and eat my pancakes.
Cool. You got it.
You
All
can
right.
have
Well.
mine.
Huxley feels a shiver on his spine as Gwen is just glaring at him.
So it's okay. It's fine. I only got enough meat for 5 anyway. So, as he gives out sausages that are raw, like they're uncooked, to everyone except for Yori and Nalani, as Nalani had gotten his own, I believe, for Yori. So you can go ahead and pass that over as well. But yeah, with that, we have it didn't take very long for there to be tension in the group in the middle of the day. And with that, we will pause and take our 10-minute break. We'll see you guys in 10.
well used.
Oh,
And we are back. Cool. As we are all enjoying, in varying degrees, the breakfast and company, you all find yourselves back, ready to go. Also, in the interim, as Siobhan and Gwen had come back, or were back earlier than Huxley. You did manage to roll a 32 sleight of hand to grab some of his clothes, in intention of needing some male clothes. So I think what you find is it's hard to find anything that's not black. So I'd say
that's
for the most
fine
part,
because the image I have is black clothes.
perfect. Yeah. So you see a lot of black. You notice that each one of the shirts are actually like they're either like short sleeve, or they're actually also like ripped up the like left arm, seemingly needing more room to maneuver the mechanical arm. But yeah. With that, eating your breakfast, I think at least two people in silence, just staring at each other from across the room. You hear a knock on the door. You see Huxley instinctively put down his food and look around at everybody.
Finn said he'd be back to check on Alistair. That's probably him. I'm gonna message towards the door.
Okay.
Finn, is that you?
Yes, I was just wanting to check in on the patient, if that's all right.
I'm gonna go open the door.
Cool. You see Finn comes in. You see like him kind of stand in the doorway, kind of walks in and looks around. Good to see everyone again. Sir. Looks over at Huxley. Huxley just kind of like gives him a quick nod and just kind of goes back to eating. Well, Alistair, did you give your name?
No,
Cool.
I don't think so.
He wouldn't have asked for it. All right. How are we feeling today?
It hurts a lot. Still. It's very painful.
Okay. Some of that can be good, as you're getting probably more feeling back in the leg. Unfortunately, that's a way our body will remind us. May I?
Sure. No disrespect. I don't know people do this, but is there not a temple to Ilmate or someone in Dair's Wharf that doesn't worship the sea bitch?
You see him kind of like lift his hands off for a second in respect to that. Just, there are. If you're looking for a specific cleric of Ilmate, I believe he's not one that typically makes house calls, but you obviously are free to choose your healer as you wish.
I'm sorry. It's not. I appreciate your help, and I would like you to continue. I just might want more guidance later down the road while I'm here, and I don't know much about you or your particular deity. And I'm not a fan of change sometimes. So, no offense. I did not mean to offend you. I apologize.
You did no such thing, dear boy. It's totally fine. You see him kind of go back to it. You see Huxley kind of like looking up at you and kind of giving you a look at that. He does his thing. At a certain point, he asks for privacy for everyone for a moment, as he has to like go into like specific sort of things of checking, and you see Huxley kind of like just waits and I think looks at you, Alistair, waiting for like a yeah.
Yeah, I'll give him the nod to stay. Like he's fine.
Okay, yeah. I'm staying. Please continue. And Finn goes, all right. Well, things are looking good. You seem to have done as I asked and trying to stay put as much as possible. I imagine that about this time and tomorrow you should be able to start walking.
I have to ask, as a healer, is it worth, in your medical opinion, to continue with the equipment that I have? If say there were if there were alternatives, in your medical opinion.
He rolls a 25 on insight check on what Alistair means by that.
I think it's definitely crossed his mind in the last 12 to 14 hours, knowing Huxley, that if he feels like the pain got to a point where he didn't want to deal with it anymore, especially someone who just told him that this is good pain, he doesn't want to say he's thought about what like something like Huxley has, and I don't think he's wanting to say it to himself. So I think he's doing everything he can to beat around the bush on that without saying it.
Okay, you got it. Roll me if you don't mind, because you're being enigmatic. Roll me a deception check.
15.
Okay. You see Huxley kind of like get up and maneuver to a different point of the room and continues to eat, but it looks to be like kind of like looking closer at your leg, inspecting on that side. And you see Finn just like, well, certainly no reason to think about amputation just yet, unless that's... looks over at Huxley. Damn, I'm rolling crazy well. Looks over at Huxley. You see, like, Huxley's wearing like a glove. He typically wears a glove unless he absolutely doesn't need to. But you can even see, I think, Alistair from that side. Like, there's like this sort of. He's had to probably clean it off because of the syrup. So he didn't do a great job on putting it back on. And you see Finn kind of have a look of recollection, or like a recognizing. That would be outside of my expertise. I do think that you're fully able to do everything that you did before after this healing.
Yeah, it was just a thought. Yeah, I'm on it looks like I'm going to be on a very long journey, and I've already been on a long journey, and I don't want to be the reason that we fail or can't continue. So if you're confident that this is usable, then I trust in you.
I think it is in our nature to assume that there are always ways to there are always things to be jealous of. But I would imagine, with some of the people in this room, that what they cherish and the reason why they are here around you is not because of your burden, but because of what you give them. That doesn't need to change with or without the leg. But I think it's important for you to dwell on the idea that you're different. And while that becomes a difficulty in some ways, it allowed you to focus on other things. I assume.
This wisdom that you seem to have, did this come before or after you began your current career with your deity?
I would say that I, like you, were looking for ways to reduce the pain instead of finding out the cause of it. I think with that, he shoots a little look at the absinthe bottle that is near you.
Thank you, sir. Like you, I am also a man of science, and alchemy is one of my stronger suits. I'll leave you to yours if you leave me to mine.
Of course. If I may, I would like to check in tomorrow morning.
I should be here. Certainly not going anywhere. On your recommendation, of course, but would it be possible to be moved if I were not moving myself? Would that be okay in your...
I would not recommend it, but I suppose if the wound was without any means of possibly getting worsened, then I guess that would be fine.
Before you leave, I know that you are trying to help the people here. And I will reach into my bag. I don't care. I'm just going to grab a handful of gold. We can roll for it later if we want.
Okay.
And hold it out towards him. Use this how you want. I only ask one final thing in return. Do you know where Marion's estate is? Slave trader.
I'm aware of who he is.
I wish to avoid him as much as possible, so it would be useful to know where to avoid. Specifically.
Roll me a deception or persuasion check.
It's a 17, but I'm really trying, so I'm gonna use Flash of Genius on that as well. So for a
You got it.
23.
Cool. I think because you're talking to an NPC, you can feel free also to like privately message me this, but I need to know whether that's deception or persuasion.
I'll tell you, it was persuasion.
Okay, cool. You got it. All right. I think he looks at that and goes, unfortunately, I think, the estate itself is far away from his order of operations. I assume you're more worried about where he frequents than where he lives.
Yes, of course. And the gold is for you, not for the information. So
He has not touched it pointedly as you were talking about this. I think he does like kind of like ink an eye because now you're just kind of like holding it out in the air and that's not good to like kind of like set it down. But he's pointedly like answering the question and then letting you decide what you're doing. But yeah, he tells you essentially like it's the Warrens. It's truly like, the South Warrens more than the North. Unfortunately, it's something that I think with that, he'll tell you that it is very rare for people to mention seeing him about the streets. But also, I think on like maybe any like further push, it's like he has a lot of eyes though.
sorry, I appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And again, this gold is for the people that you help, not for any information or services rendered.
In that case, I take it with great thanks. And you see Huxley just let out like a kind of like just like a big kind of scoff at that. Well,
did you have a choice? After he leaves, I will look around.
Okay, after he leaves, cool. Yeah, he
Yeah,
just looks around everybody. Well,
Before he leaves, didn't Gwen have something?
Gwen
she
wanted to say
do with him?
something to Finn.
Before Finn leaves, I have something, but if you
Yeah.
want to do that conversation first, then. Okay. So as they were doing the the examination, she was getting together a few boxes of her stuff ready.
Mhm.
And so she has it over by the door as he leaves, and she's just going to go. I know you help people, and
I tried.
I don't think I will need this anymore. So, if you could make use of it.
What do you think is in this pile?
So it's probably clothes, some toys, like old toys, maybe like some paints and stuff like that. Like bits and bobs.
You see Finn look at you and give you a full smile, something you haven't really seen yet.
And she's gonna lean in and act like she's trying to not be overheard, but she doesn't actually care if anybody overhears. And just say, it was actually Huxley's idea. He doesn't look like it, but he has a pretty big heart.
Roll me a deception check, please.
I am at exhaustion, so I have to roll at disadvantage. But that is a 19.
19. With a 19, Gwen, you feel this weird sort of warmth. I think something that maybe for Gwen feels uneasy given what magic has been doing to her lately. But I guess I should say I truly don't know how it feels to Gwen. But Gwen, you get the feeling that you have lied to a man that is very good at telling if someone's lying. But he sees you, and then he kind of like moves back and looks at you, gives you a very kind of like, doesn't really break his smile very much, but like gives you kind of more of there's like a weird like intense look in his eyes that does feel like warm and inviting, but it's also intense. Very much on that like cleric sort of like, not necessarily better than thou, but like a thing of like recognizing that you have treated this person as like just a friend that you would like shoot the shit with, and you recognize he is of a different sort of like tier on that for with many sacrifices to get there. So I think for Gwyn there's a vibe of like, this guy is a friend, but there's however Gwyn takes this, there's an idea of like it's very hard to lie to him. But he takes that and he goes, I believe some of that is true.
She's just going to like give him a little smile and just nod. She's not going to say anything else.
Well, I will have to make a couple trips. Actually, if you don't mind, I would. I guess I will take a couple things, and then I will come back with some. I have a very small cart. It's only. I only have one packle to work with, but it's enough to. I'll come back. Thank you. Good day and blessings to everyone. As you see him just kind of exit the door.
Cool.
Alistair, do you want to continue your conversation in this? Or?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, as soon as he leaves that room, I will look directly at Huxley. Did you have a choice?
Choice about what?
Your arm. Did you lose the arm and then craft your mechanical arm, or did you have a choice to lose the arm and then make the arm?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Nine.
Just keep the leg, man.
Just wanted to know. I wanted to know if you knew what this felt like. That's all. I'm just trying to find something to talk to you about. It wasn't how stupid everyone else is.
I can do a lot of cool things with this, but it doesn't take away the pain. Okay?
I understand that it's probably hard, but we can't talk about more than just how stupid everyone else is. I don't disagree with you on that. We can talk about other things if you want. If you don't, that's fine too.
I have some projects to work on that I could use your help with.
Same. Yori's gonna be with us. He's actually really, really, really exceptionally good blacksmith. I assume from the giants. Certainly not from the fairies. Who's ever heard of quality fairy material?
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I think at this point you guys kind of like start to kind of like come back in. All right. Well, Alistair and I and Yori have a job, I guess. As long as we're sticking with the buddy system, looking over at Nalani. Assume you guys got stuff you want to do.
Well, you guys had a real bonding session, I guess.
One of us was following the rules. That's all I know.
Hey, Nene, what'd he do to you?
I heard you guys were leaving.
I guess it ain't a good time to be messy. So, Gwen, you said library?
Yeah. The Arcane Archive. Alright.
Anyone else want to come with?
No, I have somewhere I'd like to go, but only if Nalani wants to come, because buddy system.
Buddy system.
Well, Huxley's going to be here, so maybe he does want to go.
Gwen, don't forget anything by Quintus or somewhere, or Chronomancy. That'd be great. Thank you.
Or if you found one of those seashells. You know, the Daphne had one. It seems like it would be useful.
The shell
I don't know
phone.
how they work. Yeah,
The shell phone.
she did tell me about it because I saw it when I was in the.
I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to be anywhere but here.
Gwen is just going to look at Alistair for a long moment and then take Io's arm and head out.
Okay. Huxley looks at Siobhan and goes,
I'm not wearing his clothes yet. I still.
I know. Yeah. I'm sorry. This is for something else. He just goes, can I ask where you're heading?
Why do you need to know
Skilled.
that? We're gonna be together, and you said we need the buddy system.
Was I talking to you?
I'm talking to you.
Okay, wait your turn.
The Thieves Guild.
You sure that's a good idea?
She shifts back into Becky. It's not like anybody's gonna recognize me.
Yeah, but it's not like you could just walk in the front door and just like shows the leftover like marks on his face.
Well, we're not all as abrasive as you.
Okay. Just do me a favor and do not tell him I said hi.
I don't plan on mentioning I know you exist at all.
Probably smart.
Come on,
Now
Nalani.
it's your turn.
I'm gonna turn around and follow her.
Siobhan, I'm gonna flick you the shrink band.
That's an attunement item, isn't it?
It is, but it's yours, so attune to it when you can.
Thank you. I'm sure this will be useful at some point.
Cool. So, once again, you guys head out. Cool. So let's do this time just to be fair, as you guys are kind of leaving pretty much at the same time. Let's do. The heck is that? Let's do. I'm gonna say Yori, Io, and Nalani roll initiative.
Oh God. 19.
21.
18.
Okay, beautiful.
Good rolls.
Good rolls. Cool. This is just to see who goes in what order. But
That's
cool.
fair.
As you guys head out back onto the street, we start with Gwen and Isle. So we're not going to really roleplay moving up into that space at all. What I will do is, as we go through, I will say perception checks to see if anything does, like if something comes up, what you guys do have. So we'll say, yeah. So go ahead and so for Gwen and Isle, go ahead and roll me those perception checks.
22.
That's good because I rolled a natural 1.
Natural 1. Cool. Awesome. Io. With the 22, you to be able to kind of like go through to where the Clouds district is, and we'll see you're kind of just like asking people as you go along. The easiest place to ask you would be in the Sharps. So you do spend some time kind of moving through there a little bit, and you start to notice that there's a lot more guards around than normal. And I'd say with a 22, you see in the far distance, but very familiar area, you notice that there is a small crowd that has gathered there. You notice that crowd is being held by a line of guards across the street.
Okay.
I say with the 22, you get the idea that there's something going on as far as like a, there's something notable as far as the like town is concerned, but also it's right in the area of where you guys were at. So up to you, but I imagine that there's a good likelihood that Io would look at this as like, make a note of it, but don't go anywhere near it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, you definitely notice that.
Okay.
Cool.
I think definitely with that being said, and I feel like with a 22, I don't know if this is me assuming too much, but I feel like I'd even probably catch Gwen probably starting to get a little overstimulated, and I'd probably try and usher her with me.
So you see Gwen like moving off, and you're trying to kind of pull her back in.
Yeah.
Sure. Absolutely.
There's lots to look at.
There's lots to look at.
And I probably also would be like, hey, because I'd probably like explain, looks like something's about to go down. We don't want to be in the middle of it.
Cool.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You got it. And with that, you see as you head over to the Arcane Archives, you notice two things. One, you see actually Gwen, I'm just going to say that you notice this, and this is why you don't notice other things. You notice that there are like small animals to your left and right that seem to be moving somewhat in a direction of where you're going. I'll say give me a nature check if you would like.
17.
17. Great. Yeah. With a 17, nice. With a 17, you see also like along the ground, you see like a line of spiders that are moving in formation in the direction of where you're going towards the Arcane Archives. And you notice there are like several birds up front that are like doing like a V formation, but they're not all the same type of bird. As you get closer, you notice that there are an increasing number of small, rodent or all these creatures that could be familiars that seem to now just seem to be kind of like on the outskirts of the archives. I'll explain what the building looks like in a minute, but it's like the idea that like something is drawing them to this place, and not 17 is good enough that I'll tell you it's not like in a like they're under a spell sort of way. And besides the spiders that are kind of going in a straight line, which you kind of get the idea that it might be for more of like an idea of like follow the leader to be able to kind of get there. You see the rest of the figures that are the rest of the animals that are moving around in there. They're also kind of like taking their time. They're not, like I said, it doesn't seem like they're like,
hurry.
They're not in a hurry. Yep. You got it. Yeah, as you head up to the archives, you notice that there is one sort of courtyard area for both the archives, which looks like this very like large steeple looking library that you can see is actually is built up, and it kind of gives you a sort of a sense of like this weird sort of like like warmness to it, as the back of the library is actually built kind of close, extremely close up to like a small cliffside that has that like, it almost kind of looks like it's like being built into the mountain, which does remind you a little bit of the Ludus. The arcane alcove, which you see a number of like small young creatures of all like different shapes and sizes that are kind of like lining up at the front door. You hear like various noises of like younger creatures in like the windows and things like that. It gives the idea like this is like almost like a middle school sort of thing, or like a K through 8 sort of type of school. As you both are nearing the archives, I'll say you. I think you guys just walk right in. As soon as you walk in, you see there is a creature that greets you at the door. Rather like tall gentleman, very, very well dressed in like this green and gold. You see that his face is extremely like angular with the eyebrows and things like that. You notice his ears look a little bit more jagged than a high elf would be. You also notice that his skin seems to be a tinge of green. He addresses you all. Hello, welcome to the Arcane Archives. My name is Gerard. How may I assist you today?
Hi. I was hoping Professor Pilkip was available.
Oh, yes. I believe you can see him near the stairs to the second floor.
Thank you.
You cannot miss him.
You would be surprised, but that's why I brought a friend.
Okay.
Pleasure.
Hello?
Oh yeah, what does Io look like? Does he look like himself, or...?
He looks like his humanoid tiefling form.
Well, let me know if there's anything that I can specifically grab for you, or you could always talk to Professor Pilkip. Good luck. You see another younger woman comes up, looks to be human, as you guys are talking, and you see her. She's like a light brown hair, very, very young face. Looks like dressed in that sort of like in between of like someone who's dressed modestly, but you can tell probably comes from some sort of money. You imagine that most likely the heights. You see her kind of. Okay, Gerard, I have everything that I need here. You see her like carrying a very big stack of books. Did you yeah, okay. Oh, sorry, you need my card or something. Hands over a card. Gerard takes him. Yep, very good. I don't know why I'm doing this. Okay, great. Aria, thank you very much. You know the whole deal. Yep, I got it. Okay. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. She starts to kind of shuffle past you.
Yeah. Gwen would just nod thanks to Gerard. Is that what it is?
Gerard.
And head towards the stairs.
You got it. Cool. You head in the direction to the stairs, and at this point, you see there is some random assortments of books that are stacked on the stairs on random sort of steps. They are they are in varying degrees of height and width. They look to be like, it's almost like, I think looking at it, you'd be like, wow, they really need to clean up around here. But you, as you notice that, you see there is a like very like a very subtle glowing ball that you hear like a thump, 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 and starts to kind of fall down the stairs from the top, from the top all the way down. And as it falls down, you notice that the books seem to be put there to literally kind of try to get in the way of this ball that's coming down the stairs. And you see the ball misses every single one of those books as it comes down and just kind of rolls down and just kind of rolls to your feet. As you hear a familiar voice at the top of the stairs go, "Incredible! Sorry, could you toss that back up here? I want to try one more time."
Sure. She'll pick it up, look down at it, look at the distance to the stairs, and then hand it to Io. Throw.
And I think taking that cue, Io's not even really risking any chances there. He throws it, but like it just starts levitating as it's going, like slower than a normal throw would go.
As it kind of like goes right. Just clever. Okay, one more time. Everybody stand back. Stand back.
Let's see.
Doof, 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 doof. Once again, totally misses every book. Incredible. Wow. Well, very good. Well, that makes things very clear. Sorry.
What are you trying to do?
What's that?
Your experiment.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm testing luck.
So is this thing supposed to be an inherently lucky orb?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I'm at the top of the
We should go up.
stairs.
We should go up.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
No, it's okay.
Let's
I'll
do-
come down. I need to handle these books anyways. And you see him like, you see this very short gnome dude who is carrying a backpack that looks to be about at least his width. As he comes down and starts to kind of gather the books, you see him take a tumble and start to fall down the stairs. Ow! And you see him as he gets to the bottom, fully lands on his feet, like straight up Willy Wonka style.
Amazing.
Oh, okay. Well, how lucky. Hi. I know you.
We met last night.
Yes, in that very dingy, terrifying bar.
Yeah, that was an experience.
Yes. And I asked you to meet me here, right?
you mentioned this is where you would be if I wanted to talk.
Well, 20% of my day I am here, so very lucky that you're here. Also, you brought a friend. Hello, Mr.
This is
Augustus Gaunt. A pleasure
Okay.
to meet you.
All right, great. Augustus Gaunt. Interesting name. And I'm so sorry, I forget your name one more time.
it's Gwen.
Gwen. Just Gwen? Okay,
Just Gwen.
great. All right. Well, I'm Professor Pilkip. Well, adjunct Professor Pilkip. You've caught me in the middle of setting some things. Please, I'm sure there's a reason why you're here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. And you see him kind of like goes to a nearby table and just puts his sack down. You remember that like at the beginning of it, he was like grabbing books to move them out of the way. Seems to have totally forgotten that they were there.
Yeah. Just real quick, are any of the books like on luck, or are they just random assortment of books? I mean,
It's a good question. You notice that they are categorically like they're in common with their stacks based on their subject. Like truly like philosophy, theology, arcane studies, and like math, and things like that. You see. Okay, well, sorry. You see a like as he puts the sack down, you see a little, just a weird like tentacle kind of like falls out. Oh, okay, all right, Pabimi, you stay in there.
A question for you.
Yes.
How do you keep that little guy moisturized? Wouldn't he dry out, or just a little curious?
I assume that whenever he's too dry, he just goes back to where he's. This is a very this is a very special pack.
Oh,
well, that's kind of why I came to see you in a way. And I imagine Houston has just been like following, so I'll pick him up and put him on the table.
Oh, hello. Did we meet before?
No, he was unfortunately not there last night.
I see. Well, very interesting. You see him give a like astute bow to the to Houston. You see Houston kind of like just kind of like looks over at you, like not really sure at this point. That's totally okay. May I ask what? And it's just like I was looking at you, but petting Houston. May I ask what form of magic this is? I assume it's from a spell, as most of them.
Yeah, so I've recently made a change in how I go about magic.
Okay.
And
Houston is full on him now.
yeah, this is typically how he looks with the tails and the eyes, but there's something different about him this last time I brought him here.
Yes, of course. You're now summoning him on your. Sorry. Goes in his shirt. You're summoning him on your own now.
Yeah, I don't think I got the spell quite right though.
Why do you say that?
Well, my other friend, who's very detail oriented, pointed out some errors. Well, that's what I said, but
Silly.
also, I just want to make sure Houston is not in any pain or anything.
Oh dear. Okay. Well. Perhaps a demonstration then. Tito. Tito. You see him going, but Tito. Come on. And you see Tito comes out, and you see there's just like this little tiny spider that comes up and is the like full like Pixar jumping spider like sort of thing. It has the hairy legs and all. All right, great. Well, so everybody meet Tito. Tito.
Hi, Tito.
And you see Pilkip take off his shoe and.
What? Okay.
See? You see Tito's gone.
Yeah, that happened to Houston a few times.
Yes. See? Well, Tito, come on back out. I won't do it again. It's fine. Come on. And you see Tito comes back out, this time a little bit more wary, like kind of like moving around. So, I guess the point of this experiment or lesson or whatever is to recognize that your familiar that you have coming out is of its own free will. There's I would argue that now that you're not necessarily connected to any spirit that's telling you what or what not to do, you're able to allow not only yourself to use your magic, your innate power, the power of your mind and your body and your eyes and your ears and your nose and your throat, but also that your familiar is able to be free to do that also.
She's just going to reach out and pet Tito if he lets her, and then that's good. That's good.
Yes. Well, so now that you're free from, and no, actually looks over at Io. It is like, I don't know. It's, I guess magic is, obviously different for everybody, but I will say that there's a certain amount of bias over here on the idea of like the concept of controlling magic is, well, it's just silly.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you seem to know a lot about familiars and magical critters. Is it particularly common for yours to be able to speak to you in your head?
Oh, sure. Yes.
Huh.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I guess this is probably something that should be. Did you name Houston?
No, that's just kind of what I knew he was called.
Exactly. You just knew, right? And maybe that wasn't a language or something that you heard or seen or felt or even smelled, but it was something that you just knew. Pabimi, come on out. And you see Pabimi puts out one tentacle and then just pulls it back out. Oh, okay, all right, you little bastard. Pabimi named himself. That's not a Tito, I believe, also named himself as well. They're all creatures of their own volition. They help out, not because they are commanded to, but because they want to.
That's what I've always felt. So
most of them are of not even of this plane, typically of like a Fey realm or something like that, and a lot of times it's the smaller creatures that choose to either instead of exist in their own realm and build of themselves over there, is to just constantly be interested and familiar with our realm.
Did there.
do they ever change what realm they are? Houston's always been more, and she's just gonna point to like her horns. I thought it was because of that, but Alistair thought he saw some fae around him now.
Oh, interesting. I guess I would. When you did summon Houston in the past using your connections I would imagine that there's a lot of assumptions based on your deity or patron, or maybe on the idea of how it represents yourself, if I may be so bold.
I always thought it was more of that last one.
Sure. Well, the beauty of being a wizard is recognizing that there are things and there are things and thoughts and other nouns that live and exist in their own world and are of their own time. So maybe Houston was always special, a little fey. But I will say a three-eyed cat is very odd.
Don't forget the two tails.
Oh. Is there? Yes. Oh, it looks like you're growing some wings here. Oh, that's interesting. Cool.
Yeah, he has always preferred to be a cat, but recently I've had to ask him to be some other forms.
I
And
see.
he came back with a little bit of all of them this time.
Sounds like someone else is trying to make up their mind on who they are. Isn't that right, Houston?
Well, that does ease my mind, so thank you.
You're very welcome. It's a delight to meet another familiar student, we'll say.
Student again. That seems to be where things are going.
Oh, we're always all students. Just,
No,
don't
you're right.
don't forget the professor in front of my name just allows me to be able to make money doing this. Not a lot, as just adjunct professor, but
I understand. My old mentor was always very loud about how much professors do not make. So I understand.
Sure. And where do you come from?
I went to the Ludus. That's been the last few years.
Oh,
And now we're
Okay.
just traveling.
good. And you're asking questions, which is good. That's good.
Always ask questions.
Yes, good. And you're not you're not possessed or do you mind? And you see him like cast a bunch of spells with his hands. As he does so, you see there's no specific like you don't see like a focus reacting with it until you kind of like look around a little bit and you actually see the bag itself is glowing. As he casts a bunch of things. Oh, splendid. Okay, great. Awesome. Are you also from the Ludus?
Yeah, we're actually classmates and great friends.
Is
Great.
that a big concern?
But I truly can't answer that question yet. Permission to also check that on you.
Check away.
Great. And you see him do the same thing on you. Oh, good. Phew. What was the question?
Do you have to do that to a lot of people when they mention they're from the Ludus?
Unless it's very obvious that they're under a spell of some sort.
We've heard
Or
some
just
things
straight up evil.
Yeah.
since we started traveling that
our
make us
schools and
question a little bit about
our education.
our time there.
Yeah.
Sure. Well,
I
I do.
understand.
I mean, I hear good things as far as education from the Mortimer Ludus, and then I've seen a lot of bad things come from the students of the Mortimer Ludus. So But it looks like you're probably the lucky ones, or you have hoodwinked me. And if that's true, well,
I
not
promise.
much I can do about it.
We have not tried to hoodwink you.
As someone would say that has hoodwinked me. But thank you.
That's true.
Question. Since you just casted that spell to see if we're under the effects of magic,
Mm-hmm.
does that mean you have some means of of detecting magical tampering?
Oh, well, I would say so. Yes. It's not necessarily a specialty of mine. I mean, I'm giving all the privacy needed, but I am very aware that that is not. Wait, unless you're not aware that you're not. Do you think you are of the form that you are now?
That's a bit of a tenuous question.
Sure, sure.
Let's just say I'm adopting something that makes me a little less of a target.
Okay. Well, it's not for me to reveal anything. It's all good. We are in Dair's Wharf, after all.
Yeah, exactly. That's more of the reason why I'm trying to be a little bit more just publicly agreeable at the moment. However, I do have a question for you. Well, more of a favor.
Sure.
And he's gonna move to pull out his journal.
Not that I really have any cause of concern, but can you see if there might be any? Does it seem like this book is still safe for me to use? It's kind of let's say, a way for me to be in contact with someone I trust very much.
Okay. Well, if you trust who is on the other end, I'm assuming the question is whether or not it is them that is on the other end.
And I suppose you don't know a spell that might elucidate if whether or not that might be the case, right?
I guess I'm asking why you're not sure.
I don't know. You know those gut feelings, like instincts that just things seem normal. There's no real reason for you to question things, but the pit of your stomach just tells you maybe think twice about it. It's just one of those kind of feelings.
Sure. So when you got this feeling, wow, did you do anything about it?
Not yet. I kind of ceased my correspondence until I was kind of more sure about feeling things out.
Sure. Yes. I think there's a difference between asking for help and, if I may, and again, I apologize, this is full of bias and I mean no offense, but warlocks are notoriously lazy as magic users, and there's a factor to that I want to make sure that I am guiding. There's a saying of like something about bringing the horse to water. But you bring a bucket and you take the horse and it's something like that.
I think we understand what you
Right.
mean. I do anyway.
And if it makes you feel any better, I'm more of a recent warlock. I'm mostly a sorcerer.
Oh, okay, great. So so double lazy. Sorry, I just no. There's a thing of like there's a lot of books in here, and I would ask you if you could just name me what is this one on?
I think my eyes immediately started darting around to the first ones about demonology or devilology, because that's the only thing I care
You got
about.
it. Yeah, and he's holding one right in front of your face that like you read that like is like a full like heavy wizard's theory on like the understanding of abjuration magic and like where it comes from and how you can you look at that and you can read the title and you have no idea what's in it.
Totally.
Right. Okay, great. Well, that is for you. Do you have a bag or something? You see him like just fully interrupt your space to like.
Gwen she has a one of those cool book bag side satchel thingies.
Oh, I love
I
that.
did
It's
bring a
very.
bag for
That's neat. Is there?
books.
Oh, there's just a. It just
It's
goes
just-
down to the end of the
Yeah,
bag.
It's just a bag for now. Maybe it doesn't have to stay a bag.
Nothing needs to stay the way it is. That's the whole point. You see her like, you see him like taps the side of your head. Great.
That is
Awesome.
a good point.
Well,
So is it okay to borrow? Do we need a card to borrow books here? I have a lot of reading I need to do.
I don't know. I think when you look like me, you just can take books and give them back. I never got a card. I think they know who I am here, though.
They did tell us where to find you, so
Oh, good.
is it hard to get a card? I can ask.
I don't know.
You've
Yeah.
never gotten a card.
I've never gotten a card. Often there's things that just honestly, actually, if you're interested in what I'm interested in lately, so there is certain things that I've noticed of the past 200 years that when I am in the midst of something that could be perilous to my health, my status, my well-being, I tend to fall into the positive. So I've been studying that a little bit more and just recognizing that I've been studying the form of luck lately.
That is very interesting. That's what you're doing on the stairs.
Yes,
And every time you drop the ball, it didn't hit any of the books.
just the 2 times you came at a perfect timing. Again, very lucky.
I wonder if it would work for us, or if it's just for you.
I don't know. Who's to say? And if it does that mean that it was working that 1 time, or 2 times, or 200 times? That's the hard part to figure out. Is it just math, or is it luck?
Can't it be both?
Sure, that's one theory. That's a theory I think that would be kind of more on the sorcerer side of like, oh, it's both, and then, but yeah, sure.
All right. I hope you find that out one day.
Thank you. I imagine that I probably won't ever know for sure, but the journey is very exciting.
Agreed.
And then Io's just kind of like mumbling to himself, it's like, what if math is the measurement of the amount of luck in a particular situation? Oh,
What's that?
Hey, we were theory crafting, so I was thinking out loud about it. I'm just what if math is the measurement of a particular amount of luck that you put towards a task?
Ah, yes, of course. Puts an apple in your hand and goes, okay, now I would like you to take a whatever amount of bite that you would like. Ready, go.
And I think full mouth open, crunch, half the apple's gone.
Pointedly, this is the whole point. He goes, so how much of the apple is left?
Half?
The odds of it being exactly half is highly improbable. Do you see my point? The idea of even going from 0 to 1 as being an excuse of a number that we get to as representing something that we lazily say, well, it's a whole of something. That sort of stuff can get you really, really stuck in here for a while.
I was just thinking about that. Dang.
Let me see your journal. Yep.
Sure.
Great. and writes in 1 is an excuse of a number. Hands it back to you.
I think I'm actually gonna look to see if there's a response.
You don't see any response at all.
It's like, okay,
Amazing.
that works.
This has been very helpful, Professor.
You're very welcome.
Speaking of, do you have any books on familiars?
Do I have any books on familiars?
Yeah, or are there any, or what book would you recommend for a recent familiar caretaker? I really don't want to offend him, so I'm trying to think of the nicest way to refer to him as.
Who?
I have a familiar. It's a dragon-like creature.
That's interesting.
I'm trying to figure out how to better communicate with him because he takes everything I say on an extremely literal level.
A familiar after my own heart. Interesting. Well, dare I say, you could possibly learn a lot from a book, but I will say if there is one area of expertise that I have, it is in familiars. So, if you would like, I could meet the young or old fella.
Okay. Let me see where he's at. I think mentally just, hey, Callisto, come to this library that I've made my way to. And I think he gives very specific instructions mentally.
Okay, you got it. Callisto shows up, like kind of like swoops in from the library. You see Gerard. Oh, well, that's it. Okay. Yep. Professor Pillkip, that's, just, we said no more familiars. Yeah, of course. Pabimi, stay in there. Just go back in there.
That there's like dozens of them outside heading towards here.
Oh, yes, they like to, there's a specific time of day they like to kind of come around, and we do a very weird, there's like a sort of like a semicircle, and we all kind of talk to each other. Although the ones that can talk, not all of them can talk or want to talk. I don't know, maybe they could talk. But yeah, they're probably, I might be late to that actually, but yes, please, well, does a full bow. You see Callisto kind of like looks over at you, Ion. What is the meaning of this?
I'm trying to find a better way to improve our communication. I think it's moving in the right direction, but we could use some improvement in making sure that I'm more clear when I talk to you. This man seems to have kind of a knack for this kind of thing. And he wanted to meet you.
Am I to understand that this is some sort of couples counseling thing that you are putting in front of me to understand how to better communicate with each other?
Couples...
Partners counseling?
Yes, partners counseling.
Okay. Well, I only heard one half of that conversation, but that's very interesting. And you see, like, for the next, like, truly for the next hour, way past the time that you think is necessary, Pillkip seems to try his best to talk with Callisto, getting just what you imagine to be just like images that he has to interpret as what he's trying to say. But yeah, at the end of that, Professor Pillkip just looks at him and goes, well, I think that to call this being a familiar is one of the biggest insults anyone has ever heard. But certainly a friend, and partner. I think we've given the best shot on that. I would say, and you see him like he kind of gets in like a little close and like pats your hand, just goes, and just if I may, just one thing that might help you in the idea of conversations that you're having with him and working on yourself and your relationship is to just don't be lazy. Okay. And you see the full like wizard sorcerer sort of bias thing is happening.
Yeah.
Pilcup is very much meaning well, but you could tell that like Professor Pilcup has very little time for sorcerers and warlocks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Well, I am late for the gathering. I'm sure they have a lot to tell me about whatever's going on in Wharf. So, toodaloo. You see him kind of go to walk away.
Yeah. Gwen will wave, but during that hour that he was spending with Callisto, can she go talk to the other librarian?
Yes, you can.
She would just say, hello again.
Yes, hello.
I was just wondering how one goes about borrowing books from this
Well, you
library.
need to sign up for a library card. We confirm your name and your home address.
What if you don't typically have a home address? Just give your last address?
Well, the unfortunate part of that is that if there was a certain point in time that the book were to be lost for whatever reason, it would be very hard to get in touch with you. So the unfortunate part of that is that unless you are reading in here, which you are free to do, there are a certain amount of books that have gone missing in the past, enough to enforce this rule, unfortunately.
I understand. But we are free to read anything that's available here.
Of course, absolutely. And we recognize that that being the area that it is extremely it's an extreme double-sided sword, the amount of cunning in the clientele that we have here. So I can only simply say, please don't steal the books.
I think if I did, my uncle would be very disappointed in me. So I promise I will not.
Referencing whatever means of your morality, that's good enough for me. Is there anything specific you're looking for?
Oh, so many things. Do you have anything on chronomancy or primordial beings, creation? My interests are very varied.
Oddly enough, we actually just got this back today. So, yes, absolutely. And you see a very large tome on that just says that just has a one title on it. It just says creation, and just one of those, like, he puts it on and it's just like this dust just kind of moves everywhere.
Fantastic. And I don't suppose you would know, or if you have that available here, sources for somebody who is maybe building up a spellbook from the ground up, so to speak.
Of course. Yes. Well, it's always a little bit trickier from my understanding on becoming your own wizard, but it is certainly possible. And some say it just takes a little bit more wherewithal and you save so much more money. As he gives a little wink to the camera and shows you a bunch of beginner wizard stuff to walk through.
We'll start there.
You got it. Cool. Give me a. I'm going to say give me an investigation or Arcana check.
Okay, it will be Arcana. What's my plus? 6, so 16.
16. Okay, good. So I believe we kind of stated that you were either like a level 1 or level 2 sort of like area of wizard.
I think I rolled really well last time, and because I wrote down 4th level.
Okay, great. Awesome. So spending the time that you're in here, which we'll say would be like the next couple hours, you're able to get to being a level 6 wizard.
Cool.
Great. Anything else with Io?
I think with that, probably just trying to make sure it's like, okay, I got kind of that. Just probably would have tried to help Gwen find her books, help her with some studying.
She would also mention to Io that the stuff that Alistair was interested in.
That
if he wanted
too.
to look for those
That
while
too.
she's doing her thing.
You got it. So unfortunately you do get like the idea of like, okay, so you like, you're talking about like chronomancy and the things that like Alistair was asking for. Yeah, you get those books to read, but it's up to you whether or not you try to take him out of here.
I think it's more would just take notes of titles, authors, important things, and then when Alistair is able to come with us.
You got it.
I really don't think Gwen would steal from a library. So.
Cool. Yeah. Sweet. I think as you say that there is like a figure that like comes in. You see him like a young, probably like maybe like 16 or 17-year-old. We'll say a half elf student comes in. Just, hi, and just goes and grabs a book, looks at it, and then goes and runs out. You see Gerard. Oh, no, please, just. Okay, return it when you're done. Please.
Oh, buddy.
And that's that. You spend the next few hours doing that in here. Cool. We're going to switch over to, I believe it was, the next one was Yori. And Yori was with Siobhan. Or should I say Becky?
Yori's with Alistair and Huxley.
Yori's with Alistair and Huxley. Apologies. Cool. So what are you guys working on? Anything specific?
Either I'm helping them or I'm taking Fenrir out to go get some stuff for them if they sort of send me out.
You got it.
Yeah. But whatever project Alistair wants to, or Clinton wants to decide to work on is not with me. So that's kind of up to him.
Mechanically speaking, I need to do something about a leg brace. But I do also want to get as much work done possible on trying to figure out how to make an immovable rod work from a distance.
Okay. Cool. I'd say we'll do one at a time. So we'll say the leg brace first.
Yes.
What is the goal here? Is the goal to be able to just make it be as good as the other one?
Yeah, I think that's the goal. I will say role play wise in Alistair's mind, nothing will ever be as good or better than his old leg brace because his dad and his mom worked together to make that brace for him.
You got it. So having that mindset, there's no thing where like even like mechanically looking at like I think there's certain points where you actually even hear Huxley like go like, well, if you manage to kind of figure out that, okay, but it would be super simple to just have the, because there could be like a piston sort of. Okay.
Nope.
Right.
Listen, if you ever meet my parents, they're geniuses.
You're cutting out.
If you ever actually get a chance to meet my parents, they're geniuses in their own way, and they did everything they could possible to make this work, and it worked. There's no need to improve upon it.
I'm going to tell you I rolled an 8 in response to this as Huxley goes, all right. I mean, things can always be improved, but
some things don't need to be, Huxley. Some things are fine the way they are.
Go ahead and roll me a Tinker's Tools check. I think probably like truly like a DC 12 to be able to make something that's just going to work.
Take a bardic. I know it's DC 12. We'll take it anyway.
Okay,
I have
we'll
3.
use it. We'll use it for you. So that's 18 plus 4, 22.
Yeah, as I imagine, no problem at all. To the point that once again, like Huxley even like pushes them for like, so that was pretty easy, right? Like, so there's other, sort of things that we could probably add to it as saying like maybe it's a little bit stronger so that when someone tries to bust your kneecap.
I understand and appreciate your intentions, and it means a lot to me. Really.
Okay. All right, I guess we're done with that. Next thing. Actually, roll me a charisma check. Just straight charisma.
13.
13, cool. 13's enough for him to stick around. Truly took you no time at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So now that we're warmed up, Yori had this idea. Yori, do you want to explain it to Huxley, or you're gonna love this? This is
Okay. So some of the technical stuff. Is it okay if I tell a story? It might help. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Okay, so deep in the mountains of Muspelheim, there's a mountain unlike any other. Its peak looks like it was cleaved by a blade half the size of the mountain. It's completely flat, unnaturally flat. And on that plateau, there's a forest of trees where they're sunk deep into the stone and only have branches that are facing up at the top of the trees. And in the middle, there's an enormous stone pillar that's, how do I put the size? It's about as wide as Uvarjoten. Have you ever seen it? You probably haven't seen a storm giant. It's about as wide as a giant. The storm giants are bigger than there's a whole ordning. Anyway, I think it's like 20, they're like more over 20 feet. And then it's almost 10 times that size. And it's just a completely smooth pillar. And it's called the Spine of Arcanum. And it said that in those mountains, Arcanum fought with the great foe, Holtherdir. And they fought for 9 days. And then on the 9th day, he smote Holtherdir down onto that mountain. And Holtherdir cannot be killed. So he pierced him with his spear, his favored weapon. His spear could be, at a word, frozen in place so that no creature in the world could move it. And he pinned Holtherdir's heart deep into the mountain. And there it stays, which the idea is essentially that spear. It's something where I know the rod can be made immovable when you press a button, but I'd like to put it into a spear that maybe I could throw, and then it freezes after a time or somehow after I've thrown it. And we were testing some metals, and it needs to be really heavy. Like I can
Nope.
throw a lot, but it
Nope.
needs to be really heavy. No,
Nope.
there's only I can only move my arm so fast. So if I throw something light, no matter how light it is, it still goes the same speed. If I put more weight in it, there's a maximum weight that is the same speed as the slower one, and it's got to be heavy.
So he wants to make a spear with the immovable rod.
Yeah, I guess that's the gist of the yeah, but like
Dude,
one that can.
Yori,
Yeah.
Completely zoned out.
Yori, you've known this story for a long time. Since I've known you, you've known this story.
Yeah, I mean, this is a story that they I learned back in Muspelheim with Ildiotin.
With the deer, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. He wants the spear with the immovable rod, but we got to figure out how to trigger it.
Okay.
I was thinking that maybe if we could form some sort of magical connection that would break at his command was one idea I had. Maybe intermingling the magical energies from the rod with Yori's own natural. Are you spacing out again?
Oh no! Now I'm not hearing a story, so I'm thinking. As far as the weight goes, if you can have something that is a projectile that isn't, you don't have to worry about how it weighs altogether, but where the weight is being placed. If we can make it that the movement also allows the spear to move instead of straight, it goes like this, it would probably move further. Does that make sense? Having its own sort of buoyancy in the middle.
What if
And
we
then-
used the rod and built out from that? We could find the balance, the fulcrum on the rod itself, and use that as the center point for the spear.
Yeah, but the rod is, it's weighs a little more than your average piece of steel, I think. So we would have to put something on both ends that weighs a little bit more. And then as far as finding some way to sort of magically tether it and untether it, I think that's you.
I was hoping I could bounce some ideas off of you, but
Yeah.
yeah,
that's fine.
no,
Yeah.
So I thought.
I think-
I mean, aren't there like what about like a timer? Like, isn't there something you can make where like after a certain amount of time it like? I mean, I feel like you're thinking in like magic, but like, couldn't you just have something that hits the button after a certain amount of time and you could like set it somehow?
Hey, less stories, more ideas like that. We could do that. That I can do.
Okay, but it would have to be a variable timer, Yori.
Yeah, I mean that's perfect because then I have to practice with it because I'd have to sort of time how long it takes to throw at something before I need it to freeze. But I could do that. I could practice with it.
So something that would be on a timer and that could also be detonated.
Well, I mean, like if the timer is, I set the timer before I throw it, and then I throw it, and I just have to know like, okay, well I'm throwing it, and this distance is a 1 second timer or 2 second timer or something like that, and then it just goes off, and I just have to practice with how far to throw it and how hard to throw it when it's gonna stop.
That requires
but
a lot of quick math.
If you could just
Well,
control it
it's-
with the flick of your wrist, then that would be less math.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't have the same kind of, I don't know, magic and that ability that you do. So I didn't know whether that would be possible. I guess I was just thinking in simple stuff like,
No, I think your idea was
thing, and then
I think your idea was great, Yori. I genuinely do, but I'm just concerned that if you add a timer and a mechanism to push the button, then we're back to the weight issue. I mean, we're adding more weight to the. But if
what's
if
the heaviest thing in this room?
I mean, that's not tethered to the floor. I would say he points to what looks to be like an old like shelving thing for like a bar. You know what I mean? Like there's there's several sort of like cubes on top of a very large sort of like chest.
Okay.
He looks at that and like goes, yeah, I guess it'd probably be that.
All right. I'm going to lift it with one arm.
Okay.
And if it seems too heavy, I'm going to use Giant's Might and then lift it with Giant's Might one arm. So I'll try with my current 19 strength and advantage on athletics or whatever. So
you see Huxley kind of like go back, arms crossed like this, now leaning kind of like against Alistair, and you like Alistair, you hear like, hey, watch this.
Okay, so that's a 26.
Doesn't budge. When it doesn't budge, Yori, you get the idea that this is not made out of wood, or not all made out of wood.
I mean, I have calculated the strength that I can lift with 19, but with Giant's Might, I can lift several thousand pounds. So I'm going to use Giant's Might then and lift it, or attempt to lift it. Yeah.
Cool. I'll say with Giant's Might, I will take the DC down by 10 for you to be able to roll again.
Okay. It's a 21.
Cool. With a 21, you manage to like pick this thing up several inches off the ground, and as Hux is going like, see, I told you that there's some things sometimes you just gotta kind of put them in their place, you know, and just, oh shit.
Yeah, we don't.
Yori, put that down real slow.
Yeah. Okay.
I need you to give me something. Give me a dexterity saving throw, I think.
Sure. Or we could even be con. I could suppose like just to manage to like push through the effort of doing it. But I'm happy with dex too.
I think the idea is it's based on like a sleight of hand sort of thing for you to be able to gently place it down, I think.
Yeah, I'll do dex.
And not on your toes.
That's a 5.
Cool. Awesome. So we're gonna something's gonna happen. We're gonna pause you there. But what's gonna happen is you see him like lift that up, and you see like the shock over Huxley's face, and you see Alistair, you see shock, and then you see danger as you recognize that is not just a it's not just a shelving unit. You notice that the tarp that's kind of like been sitting over the top of it seems to like move a little bit as he does that, and you see that there's clear like full on like large pistons on the back of it. As you see him drop it down, and okay, all right, well, maybe nothing happens, and then and you see it start to kind of like open and start to like get up, and pieces start to open up. Okay, I definitely made this thing to attack the first thing it sees. You see him like, and you see him rush out the scene. As we will, guys, have you roll initiative next session on that.
You just left Alistair on a table, unable to do
I
anything.
can't move. Yes.
Oh my god!
I'm so glad I didn't explain in detail like some of his creations, because that made just a beautiful scene for that.
This man
Incredible.
ran so fast.
Incredible. We're gonna cut from there, and we're gonna go to our last group of friends here, as Becky and Nalani are moving through the takes all the way to what looks to be a solid stone, like natural stone wall, truly towering maybe I'd say 300 feet in the air. The cliffside itself, as you had come up to it, you notice that there are actually like walls on the outside on the top of it. This is truly for both of you, but it would be for Nalani in character. And you see that there are buildings on top of that look very illustrious, as you get the idea that is an area where some of the heights would be. Siobhan, as you walk up, you know exactly where to press in. As you see, magically, you're able to kind of push yourself through into the belly. As you come up to the belly, the first thing that you expected this, you were greeted with a guard kind of at the door. This gentleman you have not met before. Give me 1 second. Okay. I thought I already saved this guy, but apparently I didn't. Yeah, I did. There we go. This guy, I'll say for both of you, go ahead and roll me. I'd say either investigation or insight, your choice.
22 investigation.
18 insight.
You got it. I'm going to say, actually, I apologize. For what do you get religion check wise, Siobhan?
12.
Cool. You see this guy, very like kind of gruff face, very scarred. You also see like maybe some like acne scars and things like that, along with his very like gruff demeanor. You notice that he has this interesting sort of like hood that kind of goes around protecting his neck. Rather broad shoulder. I'd say we're probably standing at maybe 5'11". And you can see the pointed ears, just gives you at least the idea. Pointed ears and beard typically means half elf. As you see him walk up and go, "Hello."
Hi. She's gonna flash the Thieves Guild coin. Just a friend from the south. It's been a while since I've been in these parts.
It's an old coin.
I
Sorry.
said it's been a while.
You have to show me something else. As he says that, Nalani, you notice an interesting mark on his jacket that seems to be just like a weird sort of like filigree like outline of what looks to be a mask.
Have I seen anything like this before?
I don't know. Have you seen anything like this before? Do you have someone in your party that might be associated?
Yeah.
Mitch?
Yeah. I'm just letting Siobhan do this. I mean, I'm just here watching.
Okay.
Would you like to point out to Siobhan the mask image filigree thing you saw?
I mean, we're standing right there. I can't like point at it.
Why not?
He's looking at me, right?
Sure. But it's not hidden. He's wearing it.
Okay.
Also, you get that mic a little closer for me, please.
So, you know about the mask, and I point at the emblem. Obviously to Siobhan.
Yes. Listen,
She's gonna
guys.
kinda slide her mask out of her like sporn pack.
Cool. He goes, listen, guys, there's been a lot of stuff that's happened. Oh. Hello, sister.
Oh, my brother.
You see him step to the side and let you pass.
All right.
As he passes, he was like noticeably trying to kind of like lean to one side. And as he passes, you can't help. And actually, Nalani, you probably saw this beforehand too. On the other side of his shoulder, you can see like it looks to be like a little bit built up more than the other side, which gives you the idea there's something underneath it. With a 22, you get the idea that this is most likely probably some sort of bandage. As he was just about to say like, look, we've had some, and yeah. So with that, you pass on through, and as you pass through, obviously I'm describing this for the both of you, but for Nalani, this is the area where it seems to be the most impressive. You see a large, somewhat large open room. I'd say about maybe 50 by 50 feet, extended out to only being about maybe 8 foot high. That seem to branch off about 5 different directions. Very like anthill like in a way. You see that there are a number of figures that are resting here. You see that there's actually a small bar where there's a rather kind of like pipsqueak looking like small human that seems to be like you notice that he has an eye patch over one eye, but he seems to be like kind of like serving drinks to people that are over here. And you see that of the pathways, 3 of them are open and clear, and 2 are heavily guarded. Also, there's about maybe 10 or 12 what you assume to be thieves in here that are eyeing you all as you walk in.
I imagine she had like there's places you could go to buy information here, so she would go to one of those places.
You got
knew.
it. Yeah, cool.
And while, like, I'm gonna follow her, but Nalani's gonna be clocking each of these apparent thieves and just trying to recognize what they look like for future reference. Do any of them have any bows with them? Lyra's family are thieves, and he's wondering if any of them are here. And he would have no way of knowing other than if they had bows, and he wants to remember faces for later.
Cool. So what I'm going to say is for like bows and weaponry, no problem. You can notice that sort of like at a glance. To kind of recognize, it's going to be 2 checks. One of them, important for you. The other one makes things very dangerous, as you recognize that looking around and trying to kind of memorize faces and noticing that you're memorizing faces is something that you definitely don't want to do in here. So being aware of that, which I think, natural sort of like feeling with Nalani, I think being aware of that, I think you're aware of that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so do you still want to do that?
I would do the first glance about weapons, but not the second.
You got it. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, you notice. I'd say probably about there's a thing here where you would see that. I'd say of the 12 that are in here, 9 of them have some sort of bow. Most of them are short bows. I'd say you notice 3 of them seem to have long bows.
Any distinctive generally speaking, people have the fletchings on their arrows are of certain designs. Any stand out to me that I would recognize from the shop?
Yeah, I think so. I think, just a general sort of look, you can definitely tell that most of them.
Okay. I just follow Siobhan as I'm glancing.
You got it. Cool. As you move along, the pathway kind of actually moves upwards a little bit. And Siobhan, as you're walking through here, you give me an idea of like what's going through Siobhan's head in this moment.
I mean, a whole hell of a lot. Trying to figure out right now how to get the information she needs without drawing too much attention. And as she nears where she knows they would typically buy that information, she's going to turn to Nalani and just say, I want you to make yourself scarce because you can't change how you look. Stay close, but I don't want you connected to this form.
Nalani's gonna give her a few extra steps and just kind of blend into the shadows as much as he can. I imagine everybody's doing that here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So as you continue to walk up, I will say, Siobhan, give me a luck roll, please.
11.
11. Okay. With an 11, your journey, you pass by several figures. With an 11, you don't really recognize any of them, but I think that's on the realm of trying, like, knowing what you look like and trying to be also, like, somewhat keeping your head down. You actually notice that in this place, it's actually pretty custom or pretty common to not respond to each other. There's no words or any sort of like even like curt nod or anything like that. Truly in the idea of like trying to kind of stick with oneself. But as you pass by, as you pass by a number of these people, you see that there is a very heavy, rickety sort of gate made out of metal and wood. But the wood's kind of like marked up as slats, and it gives that very like kind of like cave vibe. And I think Nalani, with your natural sort of instincts, you can smell. You have that. There's that like kind of like wet cave sort of smell, but you can smell something extremely. You can smell the like musk and of moisture and things like that. Definitely clearer here. I see you could actually even hear like steady drips. There is no one here to guard this gate. The assumption is that if you were here, you're meant to be here. Siobhan, I assume you opened the gate.
Yeah, if it's where she would go before to get information, she's just gonna go on the same path.
Yeah, you walk in. You see there is a large pool of just like natural formed water that you can see just the torches that are kind of along the sides in this somewhat bigger circular room. I'd say it's only about maybe 20 by 20 feet, but you can see this like natural pool, and there's just a steady drip from like the very center that kind of comes down, and you see a figure that you definitely thought would be here. You weren't really sure if he would still be alive, but a man in a hood, very like white beard. I'd say you have seen him before with like rags over his eyes, as he was blind. You see now at this point he's even given up the rags, just to be able to kind of, I don't know. You're not really sure at this point on that, but this is, make sure I get his name right. This is Yenmanas. There's also another figure behind him that you also recognize. Seemingly someone who looks to be probably in training. I think a place that actually gives Siobhan some sort of realm of like, I don't know if pride's the right word, but like someone who clearly has found a spot that makes sense for them here. As you see behind him is Layla.
Would I know if Yenmanis was a follower of Mask?
You are not entirely sure, but it's not something. It's not something that would be far from assuming.
But I do know that he sells information for the right price.
Right. And there's also there's the realms of like, you can ask and buy information from anyone here. This is someone that you can trust, and therefore you usually pay top dollar for. Yeah, go ahead.
She's gonna approach them, and she just has her mask kind of out in her hand now, so it's obvious, but not like she's not flashing it around, right? And just kind of bow a little bit with her head respectfully as she approaches Yenmanis.
Cool. As you approach Yenmanis, you see Layla kind of moves, gives a good gentle tap to the old man and moves ahead of him. How can I help you?
I seek information that I hope is available here, at least.
At the right price, of course.
Of course. I have several questions. This may take time.
I will say, just because you'd be aware of this, the money is the first thing you give.
Mm-hmm. Oh God, where's all of the money we have?
While she's looking at that, Nalani, so we kind of enter a room that's like 20 feet. Are the two of them the only ones in this room?
Yes.
As we come in, Nalani's gonna hang a little back towards the wall, right? But within earshot so he can hear.
Cool.
I'm gonna say I took 10 platinum before we left and a couple 100 gold, but I'm only gonna start by pulling out 5 platinum.
Okay.
And I'll use more if I have to, but...
Okay. You put it on the rock where you know you're supposed to, like right along the edge there.
Mm-hmm.
She looks at it. 2 questions.
There was a murder and kidnapping in Araskar about 2.5 months ago. I know there are connections to Pest and this city and one of the gangs. Which head of the gangs had connection to that crime?
For a question like that, I'm going to need a persuasion check.
Okay, that's fair. What's my persuasion? 16?
16. That is unclear by the people of this house. You may ask 2 more questions.
The kidnapping was of a young girl. Do you know of to whom she was sold or given?
There was an understanding that the child would be sold to a man named Sahib. But the child never made it there.
What happened to the child?
You may ask 1 more question.
Kara disappeared 7 years ago. Do you know if that was intended by the head of her gang? Or was it someone else who was responsible?
I will give you another opportunity for persuasion check for that.
Good. Ooh, that's not bad. 21.
See her look at you. And I would like you to roll me a spell attack.
Jesus, okay. That's not great. That's an 8.
You see her look at you, and she cocks her head to the side a little bit. Expressionless face. There was never an intention for Kara to be harmed by anyone from the demon lilies.
to take out 2 more platinum, set them down, then buy whom?
He reaches over, picks up the coin bag. I believe our time here is over. Nalani, from the back of the room, you hear the old man. He kind of turns, and you can see he's totally blind, but looks in what looks to be your direction. Let's see. Let's see it. You see you see Layla turn and like kind of like grab him as he like kind of like collapses over. You must leave now.
Take my 2 platinum back. And yeah, leave.
As Siobhan comes towards Nalani, he's gonna whisper, What did he say?
Player couldn't hear it. The voice broke up.
You hear that name ring in your head as you're possibly just will say that you're asking Siobhan in this case the idea of like trying to be sure of what you heard. But you hear that name, Elisir, repeated in your head. As I think, Nalani, you, Siobhan leaves, and Nalani, you look for the door, but still staring in that direction. As you open, and the door shuts behind you. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. I'll see you guys next week.